Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'll probably be a little late again, 6:10, 6:15, okay? So we'll see you then, about 15 minutes. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, May the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, guys, I guess you can hear me and see my screen. That's great. Somebody on YouTube, maybe do the same thing for me. And I'm not going to be able to go really over too many of the ones. CPOP, I can take a look at some of the ones that were moving this morning. CPOP is a pop, of course, 107%. This is an interesting one, perhaps. SEZL. Now, there are like 1,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay. So this is a very low float, only 2 million in the float. It is a $63 stock. So crazy. But it is an earnings play, and it is gapped up huge on earnings, 42%. My feeling is that it'll fade, but there are hardly any shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers right now, only 1,000. IVP. What is IVP doing right now? This is one that was active yesterday, but it did sell off. It got up to 473, closed all the way down at 360, almost at the high of yesterday. Roblox. Now, this could be the one that we watch most of the day, guys, okay? RBLX. Where is it? Maybe it's recovered quite a bit. No, there it is. Down still 25%. Roblox, RBLX. Still down. Now, it is recovering, though. That's a pretty nice move off the lows here, 26 to up to 29 now. It's an earnings play. It's still down 25%, though. So I'm sort of waiting to see what sort of a recovery this has. Maybe it stalls, and then maybe it moves down later. So this is, again, an earnings play. Roblox is an earnings play. Take a quick look at the market. Well, there was some economic data at 8:30. I guess the market didn't mind it because look at that. Look at a nice little pop here and a continuation. Beyond Meat. Boy, Beyond Meat is somewhere. Where are you? You can hide from me. Beyond Meat is somewhere. There you are. Down 14%. Beyond Meat is down 14%. Goldman cutting the target to 350 from $4. 350 from. So, I mean, this is a complete disarray now, this Beyond Meat. I remember they had a little pop a few weeks ago. I think that has something to do in Europe. But man, oh man. Now, this one is still confounding me. This SGBX, I almost took this in the pre-market. SGBX. It's looking a little better now. The volume is really starting to pick up. Okay, the volume was quite low. They did have some news. It's also an earnings play. I don't know if the earnings really come into it, but received expanded scope of work for a contract with the government to refurbish 15 container modules, etc. So there is some news for the SGBX. Okay, and the big deal, of course, is that they did a financing about 3 days ago at 290, and it's that's why I've been interested in this, because it's held way above the financing price for all this time. It's just been very erratic. Maybe today is the day. I don't know. And my Duolingo, when I practicing my Spanish on every day now. Big drop on earnings, but it's interesting because even after that drop on earnings, I think I saw, well, there's Needham raising their target to 267 from 241, and they already know their earnings are out. So it's not like, they didn't know. Also, I think JP Morgan also raised their target from 270 to 275. Okay. So this is sitting at 211. Now, again, these price targets, I mean, don't think, well, what does JP Morgan know that nobody else knows? Nothing really, but it's interesting that they will put a $275 price target even after earnings have come out. All right, guys, now very quickly, let's take a look at, what time is it now? 9:17. Let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. and see what's happening. I say that we're in for a, basically a modest open on the SPY. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 80% in green. That means that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so there is nothing that's really an outlier. By an outlier, for instance, if 80% of the stocks are up, but there was one that was down, say 4%, we'd want to watch that. Okay, I don't see any outlier here. And it's kind of a mixed bag. I'm looking at the other sectors, not seeing anything, not seeing anything that's really standing out. Technology is about 50-50. And let me take a look at XLY, consumer discretionary. That's the only one that was kind of close to the 200-day moving average. Here you can see the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. So let's take a look at some of the other sectors, ETF watch. So I know some of you follow, I know William follows UNG a lot. Natural gas fund. And KWeb, China. So China, I had KWeb up and running before. KWeb, nice little move for KWeb. Let me get it up here again. I wouldn't worry about docking right now, Will. Docking is what I would call, the reason why it's coming undocked is because you're clicking on a header, okay? And when you do, it becomes undocked and it starts to float around. I wouldn't worry about docking right now, okay? Docking is, I call it an advanced topic. I may even get rid of it, to be honest, because it may be taking up too many of my resources. But so I wouldn't worry about docking. And I know exactly what's happening because it can be very confusing. All I can tell you is that if you can find the one that's floating and click on it and then see if I can, and then when that icon comes up, you'll see an up arrow, right arrow, down arrow, left arrow, but the right in the middle is sort of a square. If you click on that, it should get back into the dock somewhere. Okay. It's sort of a, I kind of wish they didn't even talk about it in the, in one of the videos, the 10 short videos to watch. I mean, look, I've got, this is a free floating window for me. But what happened is I think you took this, you grabbed the top here, and the minute you did that and even made a slight move, it became free floating. It can be confusing, yeah. I mean, I'm used to it now, obviously, but I don't talk about docking unless somebody actually asks me, how do you dock? My guess is that the majority of our customers do not dock. I think that the big deal about docking really is when you click on new and then docked channel bar, okay? That is before you were able to sort of create your own what we call docked windows. The big deal about docking before we had the dock channel bar is that when you would have your own layout up and running, and before, if you wanted to go to our channel bar and click on a channel, your layout would disappear. Okay. And so consequently, probably people that weren't using the channel bar that much because why would you? Your layout's going to disappear. I mean, when I say disappear, obviously before you would have saved it to the cloud and you could bring it back. I don't mean completely exterminated, but the problem was that probably people weren't using our channels. Now you can just click on one of our dock channels and your layout will remain. So anyway, that was the real reason for the docking. at the beginning. All right, guys. Now, what I want to do is get the layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens. Okay, guys, so this is the layout that I'm going to be using. Once this market opens, you'll see that this screen here, once it starts getting some symbols in, will look very much like the pre-market actives up. Okay, now yesterday we had a ton of earnings plays to look at, of course. And today, I know I say it every single day, but I'm going to try maybe to break out of my mold of not wanting to take stocks in the first 15 minutes, depending what I see here in the 10-day daily breakdown. If it is maybe a stock, at least in the $20 range, 20 and up, okay? But again, that'll be up to me and you. You don't have to do it. And just for those, well, Will, I know you're new, so just to let you know, I am sharing a lot of my scans. So clicking on my homepage link that I put in there, and you scroll down, and these are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? This is the relative strength leaders, is this one, the big one at the bottom left. I will pay a lot of attention to the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, but mainly the breakdowns, and also this combo scan, okay? So I'll go over this a lot later. Well, not a lot later, but about 45 minutes from now, okay? I'll go over the scans and everything else you'll find on my homepage, including a 25% promo code. When I click the link at the bottom, it just brings me to the home page. Is the scan link broken? What link are you talking about? You talking about my homepage link? Daniel? What link are you talking about? Oh, okay. Well, let's do it again. It shouldn't. So you click on my homepage link. You scroll down, click here for the scans. Click here, scans. Here they are. And then these are the individual scans. So I'm not sure what you mean. Ah, okay. That happened to me yesterday. If you do this, okay, you see I've got this little press down on the shift key. Okay, keep your shift key pressed down, and then if you can see that little refresh, so keep the shift key pressed down and refresh it. Okay, and then you should see it. Otherwise, clear your cache. Okay, yeah. No, what happened yesterday, the gentleman who looks after my homepage, he had to make a change in one of the scans. One of the scans was broken. And when he did that, that happened to me also. The link was not clickable. And so I had to ask him, well, how do I get it clickable again? And that's what he told me. Okay. Nothing you did. Nothing I did. Yeah, and again, Will, those are, I'm an intraday trader, so I mean, those are the scans that I like, and I'll go over this, usually around 10:20 or so. I'll go over my homepage, the information you can find, and and talk about the scans that I've got. I don't have every scan up and running. Okay, I've just, these are a few of the scans that I've created over the years, and I try to label them or name them so they make sense. So let's take a look at this Roblex, guys. Roblex. So again, earnings play. There's a nice pull up. And let's see what happens once this market opens. Hmm. And anything now, this TAOP, I don't think I talked about it. TAOP. Okay, so I probably didn't see it because it was under $1. There's TAOP, guys. I wonder if there's any. Yeah, okay. This is an AI play. Okay, launches new enhanced AI powered smart terminal. This is out of China. Morning, John. All right, thank you, William. So we're less than a minute to the open. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15. I may take one from the daily breakdown if I see it in time. But it's definitely hard to break a habit, guys. I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things are so whippy in the first 15. So I like to see things settle down a bit. Okay, we are now open. I think Robinhood is an earnings play. Is Robinhood an earnings play? No, that is incorrect. This is not a stock out of China. Robinhood is not out of China. That must be a residual or something. This flag. All right. Well, there's a couple now. Sedge and Exis are in the 10-day daily breakdown. And Sedge is continuing down. SEDG. But it is pretty whippy right now. Okay. It is pretty whippy. Let's take a look at the Exis, EXAS. Yeah, so the alert was at 5402, so it's bounced off that a little bit. All right, so far, these two that showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown have not broken down. Again, this is what I'm talking about, okay? 10-day daily breakdown, 52.69 for Sedge. You can see it's at 53 now, and Excess is above 54. These are short opportunities right here, okay? Now, IVP, I mean, I'm not really looking at the long ones yet, but IVP, of course, it's a low, very, very low float. CDLX, guys. Now, this is an earnings play. CDLX is an earnings play, and it's gapping down on earnings. But as I said, if I want to take one of these right from the beginning, though, it looks like that was the one. Look at that, 944, 901 now. I was kind of wanting to take one of the more expensive ones, but look at this. Okay, now Sedge. Keep an eye on Reddit, guys. RDDT. RDDT. It was earnings play yesterday. It is right at $50 again. Right at $50 again. Okay, RDDT. Oh, I should have mentioned this also before. If you have our AI, this is all I would do, okay? Just have this screen open. The strategy trades all. You can find it right here. Click on new, and then the middle one. You see there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Don't overcomplicate it, okay? This is all you need. Notice it's blank. You'll not get an alert in here until at least 9:40. And I would, if in the filter you've got something checked, I would uncheck it. I would want to see. I don't want to see that. I should say none. Okay, you should want to see the trades all day long, regardless of if they're below the trigger price. In my opinion. Wow. Not only did CDLX show up there, but it got halted. All right, now Exodus is 53.70, 54 on the bid ask right now. Okay, I'm getting interested in the EXAS as a short. 53.91, 54.08 on the bid ask. The trigger was at 54.02, so yeah, it's still popping up. Still not looking the way I want it to. So what I'm going to do here is stick a price alert down here around 53.73 and see if it takes it out. I mean, this got down in after hours down to $44. I mean, that's a big pop from that low after hours. All right, now PGY's got a ton of room, guys. PGY's got a ton of room. I don't know if I mentioned this one. I think it's on my list, but I don't think I didn't have time to mention it. This is an earnings play. PGY is an earnings play. And now it's pretty extended right now, but look at the room it's got on the weekly chart, $18. So it's got a ton of room. Again, it's a little early for me to attempt to take something like this. What's the VWAP? The VWAP's at 1242. That'd be a pretty big pullback. And it may just keep going. Holy smokes. You want to see the crazy one today is Sezzle. Good morning, Vince. Sezzle, SEZL. Look at Sezzle, guys. Again, why can it do this? Look at the float. It's crazy. Crazy. 2.7 million in the float for a $72 stock. Crazy. And now the shorts are there were 1,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers earlier. They were taken, and I'm sure people who took them are not happy right now. Another earnings play, guys, XMRT. Now, this could get interesting. It's too much to ask. I'm looking at this weekly chart, and the highs up here are around 19. And you can see that if we could take out 19, I mean, there is a ton of room on that weekly chart, but that's probably asking too much for it to get to 19 today. Okay, guys, CPOP just made a new high. Briefly, look at that. Big pullback, though. Look at that. So I don't like trading in that first 15. Take a look at Shade. I think forward is an earnings play. Yeah, I have it down here as an earnings play. FWRD. Shady's in this one at 14. So he's playing it on a pullback. Okay, so I guess IVP got halted on the way down. NPCE is halted and on the way down. ARM is an earnings play, isn't it, Sarah? I think ARM is an earnings play. Don't know what happened after hours. I know William mentioned this was an earnings play after hours. Yikes. Look at that. Look at that big drop, man. 107 down to $95, $12 drop. And trying to, as you say, trying to recover. Okay, now with the market starting to get a little weak here. Okay, this is the opening 15-minute candle. That's a 9:15 candle. This is the opening 15-minute candle. Wow. So the CDLX opened and it opened lower. So I'm going to keep an eye on this EXAS. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on it. I want to see if, especially if the market continues to weaken here. This is an earnings play and it's still down 8%. And if the market continues to weaken, I would expect that maybe EXAS will weaken later. Well, it's a darn good thing I didn't, my instincts, not wanting to take stocks in the first 15 minutes. Look at the sedge. I was very keen to do either one of these two. Look at the sedge, 52.69. Look at it, but it gapped up to 55. And then the excess is still in that area, the 54 area, but the one to, what did I say? I mean, the one I was wanting to take the stocks over 20, but look at the one that really worked. CDLX, 944, 827 now. Wow. What a percentage move. All right. ALGM just showed up. ALGM just showed up. And when I say just showed up, it just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And the alert was at 2411. I see there are a couple of 3 AI alerts already. So ALGM 2411. So another one that is just, it's interesting, with the market doing this, I would have thought these ones that were down would not bounce so much. That's why every day is different. Look at Reddit now, guys. RDDT. Look at Reddit. RDDT. Look at this drop now under 50 finally. Now the next low looking left is 47.39. And remember, it was an earnings play yesterday. A great reaction to earnings. Got up to 55. Gosh, look at the look at Shop now too, guys. Shop is probably, the market is not helping. Shop was an earnings play yesterday, got clobbered down on earnings yesterday. Looked like it was going to try to recover somewhat today, but now giant red candle, sort of mimicking this. But you know what else? You know what it is not? Look at this Sezzle. Incredible. Look at Sezzle here, guys. Now it's up, what, 70%? Earnings play. 2 million in the float. 2.7 million in the float for a $74 stock. That is crazy low. Okay, guys, I see a few in our AI, but it's so early. I wouldn't take the calm, guys. I mean, it's, I'm not telling you not to, but calm is an AI alert. But when I look left, I see all sorts of areas of resistance. Personally, I like to see way more room that a stock could run before it hits the next highs, either in the daily or the weekly chart. That's my style, but doesn't have to be yours, of course. So here's the ALGM. So the alert was at 2411 and just kind of lost sight of it. So this one absolutely moved down from that alert. Too late for me now, though. Well, I will keep an eye on MUX, MUX. This is another one of the 10 of the gap downs. Is it live, Fox Trader? Yes. You guys on YouTube are on about an 8-second delay, but that's look at Shop just really giving it up now. We're almost 10 minutes in. Okay, we are now 10 minutes in. $10 minutes in. I meant 15 minutes in. All right, guys. So INOD from yesterday, INOD from yesterday, INOD from yesterday. Breaking out was an earnings play yesterday, was an AI alert yesterday, doing very well again. Now, the next high looking left, 1250. Lots of room still on the weekly chart for INOD, INOD. Okay, so Shady's long forward at 1430. So good one so far for Shady and the 1430. Nice. This is still down for the day, 30%. This is an earnings play, bouncing back. Z-Lab is an earnings play. Z-Lab is an earnings play. Next high looking left is 22 or so on the weekly chart, 21.88. So it's got room about $1 to that high. Well, I'm not going to beat myself up, I guess, about on the ALGM. I mean, it was nice. It was a quick one. but now it has popped right back over the alert price. It's pretty whippy. ONL, let's take a look at ONL, a cheap one. ONL is a cheap one. Same sort of thing, man. If it, well, 375 is not that far away. If it can get through 375, then look at the weekly chart. The next high is up here around 452. So there is possibility if it gets through 375. Not very much volume yet, though. Blaze on the way down, guys. BLZE. Is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Next low looking left is around 8, so there's not that much room till it hits that low, that next low. Warby is an earnings play. Let's take a look at Warby, WRBY. Yeah, it's pretty choppy though. Topping tails, bottoming tails, hard to figure out an entry. BGS is an earnings play. The problem is, and look left on the weekly chart, could be some support not that far away. 926. If that weren't there, if it more like down here at 8, that's 8, I'd be all over this one, I think. But I'm just looking here, and there could be some support not that far away for for BGS. Now, Ironwood is an earnings play also. Is this an all-time low? This is an all-time low now, guys. Ironwood, IRWD, earnings play, pharma, bio, fallen on. Wow, this probably was the last earnings call. This is back in February, 3 months ago. So this could have been the last earnings call, and this one is no better. Now, BGS may not, obey this. I mean, it may just pop right through it, but it's just one of those things. I can't take the trade when I see something that is that close. Sezzle just keeps moving higher. Unbelievable. So the next high looking left, they're on 79. Probably the spread is awful. Yeah, not a great spread. 76, 74, 70. So, but quite a dollar spread. Well, all right, guys. Well, Mux is under. Where's that low right here? $9.60. So Mux is right at $10. MUX. Stevenato Group, STVN. This is an earnings play, and this is now showing up again on the 10-day daily breakdown. 2121 is the alert. Where is it? It's not a lifetime low. I have to take a look on the monthly chart now to see where it could go before it hits the next low on a monthly chart. So the next low is 2132. So that's taken care of. 1927. So this has some room on a monthly chart. This is one of the few Italian companies that I've seen anyway on the trading on a U.S. exchange. All right, now Roblox just showed up on the combo scanner, guys. I wish it hadn't had this big pop up, but let's see if this was just short lived. Yeah, the sizzle I'm only putting up is almost like just for entertainment purposes because it's so crazy. I wish Roblox hadn't had this big run, but let me see. Yeah, I'd love to short this Roblox. I really would. I just am a little leery of it just because of what it did. All right, if it gets back down to that 2970 level, maybe. What is the 2986 is the VWAP. Okay, 2986 is the VWAP. So maybe he has to take that out again. 2986 is the VWAP. Is there an IPO? I'm not sure. I haven't checked. Usually, yeah, look at that. It just is. I'm not sure if there's an IPO today. Casa or Draw usually puts them in. I haven't checked my IPO calendar. Well, I'm having a tough time here, guys. I mean, I'm not finding anything. I was really, really liking this Roblox, but it has now popped up. But this really prevented me from really liking it. Okay, this pull up that it did. That means there is some interest in playing a bounce on it. So look at Mux. Maybe Mux has got a good bounce in a huge bottoming tail now. See, it is down again. Roblox is down again underneath 30. Well, I'm looking more at bounce plays now, guys. Look what the market's doing. So the bounce plays may be in fashion for a while anyway. Um, shoot. I missed out on the Stevenado. All right. How about pizza? Papa John's. So this is a earnings play. Revenue misses expectations. Excuse me. It's an earnings play. The float doesn't matter, Josh, if it's moving. Okay. I mean, if you like the pattern or not, the float doesn't really matter. Wow. But I thought it was JetBlue. I mean, it's 191, but I mean, it's moving. It's up 13%. I wouldn't expect like it to move, a huge amount with the float, but also if I look left, depends what you are looking to get out of it. If you took it right now, you're looking at potential resistance about a dime away. So I don't know if that is something that you would want to consider. Ah, well, there was a Stevenado, guys. The STVN, I mentioned it, Italian company, um, got too hung up on the Roblox. Whew, all right. Well, I'm a little disappointed again. Well, take a look at maybe KVYO. I have a feeling this is a real low floater. Okay. Actually, it's not 69 million in the float. So it's not a low floater. I mean, it's got some room on the weekly chart up to about 25.77. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking to see where it could go before it hits any sort of a high looking left. All right, guys. VITL. Let's take a look at, wow, VITL. So is this an earnings play? Yeah, this is an earnings play. And this is almost not quite a lifetime high, 84% in green. So that might be the lifetime high up here. No, maybe not. Let me take a look at a monthly chart for VITL. Yeah, it might be. Okay, guys, I'm looking for some pull reversals, gap down and reversals now. Okay, now that the market's doing something like this, I want to see if there's any benefit, like an ALGM. So RAPT got halted on the way down. Sorry, got halted on the way up, I guess. RAPT, RAPT. But it is down. I mean, it's down 36%. This is an earnings play. RAPT Therapeutics. Boy, I remember all these names, high flying, $27 back in February. I don't remember what happened here, but it got clobbered down and has never recovered. Look at this flatlining on the weekly, never really recovered. And then today, earnings getting hit hard again. Do I watch the sector? Not really. Most of the things I do are not that tied to the sector. That's not to say, So for instance, if I wanted to take an energy play, yeah, I'd be looking at the sector to see what's happening. But typically, I'm not taking trades unless they're really acting abnormally. And most of the time, if a stock is acting abnormally, it doesn't really matter what its sector is doing most of the time if you're trading intraday. So now you hear me talk about bounces and stuff. I'll look at the overall market. So obviously, a stock that got a little bit beaten up earlier, there's a chance that because of what the market's doing, it could have a bounce in it. AGS, take a look at AGS from Shady. I saw that one it's on my list actually. So AGS is right here. Where are you? There you are, up 26%, AGS. So Shady's in this one at 11:32. He's got an 11:05 stop, which, and this is an earnings play and the high in the pre-market. So yeah, I mean, it's got room. High in the pre-market was almost 12. AGS is a buyout in agreement to sell itself to affiliates of Brightstar Capital. Okay. At a price of $12.50 a share. All right. Well, and it's also an earnings play. But that's the big news, I guess. Obviously, that is the bigger news. Now, doesn't mean it's going to get to $12.50 a share today, of course. What the? Well, this GTX, I mean, I just couldn't chase it. I mean, look at this move here now. For GTX, see if there's any news on this. Traders are circulating merger and acquisition blog suggesting company rumored to have a CVR aspect that could value the company up between, I don't know what CVR means, but William, you might know it's a bio, $12 to $15, $12 to $14. A current value, maybe a current value R. So many acronyms out there. This is shortable for me. Okay. This is actually shortable for me. Not that I want to short it right now, but almost 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Contingent value right. All right. I said current value. Not bad. Would never have guessed right. Wow. Look at this. Look at this action now in the market. So bounce plays, guys. And Shady's, wow, Shady's forward. Awesome. Almost reacting just like the market. I mean, that's what we're saying. These are great bounce play. Ha, another penny stock. Really? Is it really? Not quite. Okay. I thought you meant it was under a penny, Mac. Yeah. So this is this Singaporean IPO from a few weeks ago. Had an unbelievable run, and then the unbelievable drop 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 4 days ago. All right, XMTR showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Close to 15 though. The next low looking left though is 1350. So if it can break through 15, this could have a little rundown. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 15 and see if it takes it out. later. All right, cake is another earnings play, guys. The Cheesecake Factory coming right into perhaps some daily resistance, 37.65, right there, that red line. So we'll have to see if that actually holds it. Okay, guys, XMTR is now around. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, it's underneath 15 now. And it's got the room down here to 1343 on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's getting there. Market is still, well, big topping tail there. So the sellers took over and knocked it down, but the buyers are still somewhat in control here. Come on. I want to get into this XMRT. I'm sorry, XMTR. I'm sorry. I do want to take this one. I like the room it's got. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. But the market seems to want to bounce all these things so far. So that's why I'm not, otherwise I'd probably take it right now. Maybe it's not down enough. It's only down 3%. I don't know. It's just not. Yeah, I may just have to abandon my short hat today. Well, Hassey now, Hannon Armstrong Sustainable Infrastructure Capital. Okay. It's not an earnings play. I don't know anything about this company. Investing in climate solutions. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to still keeping an eye on this XMTR. 1490, 15 on the bid ask right now. I guess if it can really maybe get into the low 80s, that might get me into it. Meanwhile, Sezzle almost at 80, 79.61, crazy. Up 75%. Earnings play. Look at the volume. Only 327,000, 30 times normal. And of course, the float is ridiculously low. I'm going to have to check that. That seems ridiculously low for a stock with that price. But let me just check another website. Yeah, 2.74 million. Yeah, that is the correct float. That is very strange. I didn't even realize it. RAI actually had XMTR as a long. Well, why not? Okay, guys, I took it. Let's see. 15 will get me out. Anything close to 15 gets me out. Got a decent fill on it. And that's the XMTR. Well, all that has to happen now is for the ask to catch up to that bid. This is from Interactor Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is from Interactor Brokers, time and sales. Scaring me a little bit, though. I don't like that spread. It wasn't that bad when I got in it. Yeah, that looks good, but the ask is still in the 80s, so the ask has to start catching up to the bid. All right, guys. Well, while I wait on this to see if I can catch up a little bit. Out flat. Yeah, that spread. That spread just got me, guys. I'm out of this thing flat. All right, that's the XMTR. Out of it flat. Look how it just popped right back up. So I'm going to forget about that one. Looked good for a while, but again, that the spread was just got really bad. All right, this Hassie is sort of interesting. I mean, it's just nice little move here. It obviously was an earnings play on the 7th. So it was the reaction was yesterday. It was post market on the 7th. So the reaction was yesterday. Obviously a tremendous reaction. I don't really recall seeing it. Maybe it's because the volume wasn't no, it was 3 million yesterday. So I don't really recall seeing it though. But anyway, it's above yesterday's high now. Boy, here's another one. Look at this MODG. Look how much it's bounced. Got down, earning another earnings play, MODG. It got down into the 200-day moving average. That blue line there, just hovered above it, and then bounced off that. All right, PYCR. This is a gap down and go. In other words, a gap down, and we are continuing down so far. Anyway, this is an earnings play. Most of them are going to be all earnings plays. This is the last big week, guys. We have over 1,200 companies this week releasing earnings. So today and tomorrow, the last big day of earning, our last big week of earning season. Next week, we've got about 220. All right, guys, go over my homepage now. The information you will find on it. Well, guys, Hassie on the move. I mean, Hassie, HASI on the move. All right, the information you can find on my homepage. Now, I have to get this updated. This is a this is a promo code now. Is it updated? Not yet. Okay, but pretty simple to remember, okay? If you want to get a 25% discount, use Barry25, okay? That code will work. Gentleman who looks after my page is he's on the West Coast. What time is it now? Come on, Rudy, wake up. Anyway, he looks after my homepage, so he hasn't updated it yet. But if you want 25% off, use Barry25, okay? That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you take out a subscription, all I ask is this. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is if you take out a subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit. Then the company looks at that and says, okay, we'll keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, your download and install, first startup and login. I would forget, we talked about this earlier, I would forget about doc layout, XX. It shouldn't be one of the things I think people should even look at when they're first starting out. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? So 30 minutes to go through all these videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. A series of videos, about 38 of them, all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week. It is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. We have a big education section here. A lot of questions can be answered here in our guide. If you take a look at our user guide. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, again, don't worry. You don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. It's like any other software program, a lot of information, but a lot of it, maybe not be relevant to you. Okay. So you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. However, I would make sure you do the get started. More detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. You want to find out a little bit more about stock racing. I use price alerts all the time. You want to put a sound alert on an alert window. You want to create a watch list. All I'm doing right now is, if you're wondering, well, I wonder how I would create a watch list of trade ideas. Well, more than likely, a major topic like that would have its own segment. So you just have to go to our guide. I have no problem demonstrating on the screen, but the reason you should know where the guide is that I may let you know how to do or create a watch list or put a price alert on an alert window, but you may forget. So it's good to have the guide as a reference, obviously. Okay. Look at XMTR now. You miserable. Getting started series right here again. Daily support. So today's Thursday. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday. We have 5 different traders who look after when I look after YouTube Monday to Friday when I do take my break. It's a good idea to head over because we all have different trading styles. Okay. Okay. Are you talking about the scan? Yeah. Okay, guys. You probably are using a cached version of my homepage. However, so this is the problem. I think I was going to get to my scans. Okay. It look for a lot of you, it's going to look unclickable. In other words, you won't see the click here. All you have to do as a quick fix right now, and it'll remain, is keep the shift key pressed down on your keyboard and click on the refresh key. Okay, click on the refresh key, and it'll magically appear. Okay. So I was going to get to my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. But again, because the gentleman again who looks after my homepage had to make a change to the scans. One of the scans, the link was broken, and in doing so, this broke too. But it's a quick fix. So please, if you get to this screen, keep the shift key pressed down on your keyboard, and then just click on that refresh, and it should appear. Okay. It's gonna be a moment. No, I'm not going anywhere. Will, you've got me till noon Eastern anyway. Okay, so the question is, what is the idea of surfing? What is it? I don't use it at all. Doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody listening to me. So what it does, if you click on idea surfing, what it'll do, it'll take all your any top list window that you have open, and it'll look at the top 3. It'll go to one top list window, and it'll take a look at the top 3, and it'll load them automatically into a chart. Let me see if I can. Let me get out of the. Okay, so idea surfing. So what it's going to do, it's going to load. Just give me a moment as it loads another one. Okay. So I don't know what it's looking at the biggest gainers from the open, I guess. So you can see what happens is, I don't know. It all depends on how many top list windows you have open. It'll go through all of them, and then it'll cycle back. Okay. I obviously have some other top list windows open somewhere. And you see what it's doing? It's automatically loading the charts. If you want to stop it, pause it, all you have to do is just go to a chart. So in other words, it might load a chart and you say, well, wait a minute, I want to see this chart in more detail. So you can go to the chart. If you see up here, it says it's paused. The idea surfing is paused. Then you can examine the chart a little bit more. And then when you leave the chart, the surfing will continue. Okay. And in order to stop the surfing completely, you can just go up here, or you can click on an alert. Okay, so again, it all depends on how many top list windows you have, and it'll look at the top 3 as you have them sorted. Okay, and you go to one top list window, then to the next one, the next one, the next one, and then it'll cycle back. Okay, that's basically what surfing. It's kind of, things get slow, and you just allow the system to load charts for you. Okay. So my scan. So if you click here, and again, as I say, if this looks like it's unclickable, in other words, it's whited out, again, just keep the shift key pressed down on your keyboard and click on the refresh key. Okay. And that should get that click here appearing again. Okay. So I will click here. But before I do that, get rid of this grid. I hate that. I like the tree map version. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this pre-market actives up is basically looking like this one right now. Okay. And the pre-market actives down. So this is what I use in the pre-market, okay, to find the stocks, obviously, that are moving higher or lower. Maybe they'll continue once the market opens. This is the halts resumes over here. My breakdowns and breakouts. Here they are. Now, this isn't the doc version, okay? What I've done here is the individual. Not everybody wants to see maybe short opportunities. Not everybody wants to. This DR stands for don't repeat. This allows me to kind of click on an alert. I can see that ACAD, the alert happened at 10:27. The short opportunity was at 15:67. Over here, this is the repeating version. You'll only see the stock one time here. So this allows me to kind of go back, click on these alerts and say, okay, what happened from that alert? That's why I like the don't repeat. And then right beside it is the repeating version. You don't have to do that though. Okay, so that's why, I've broken them out into the 4 different segments. Okay, guys, now, yeah, Sizzle Wee is right. I'm, never got in it. Just a crazy, crazy, crazy action on that SEZL earnings play. Ambient art. I'm just seeing that question. I didn't see a big C earlier, or I actually did see it, but was it glitching? Not on my end. I'm just looking now, but or is it? Nope. Okay, guys. Now, just explanation about what Trade Ideas is. So we are a scanner, and we do screen. A lot of screening programs are out there that kind of say they're scanners. We are a scanner. Give me a moment here. Let me see if I want to take this short here. Give me a moment. Well, okay, then the low on the 15-minute chart is 53.64. Maybe if it takes that out. But the problem is this market is just crazy high here. Crazy high. I mean, and this is allowed a lot of these ones that were kind of beaten up. I mean, this is still down 9% to well, in my opinion, not to drop further. So I think I'm just going to abandon my, thinking about shorts right now anyway, even if it is an earnings play. So let me get rid of this. Okay, so with my explanation, because I know there's always new people here. What is Trade Ideas? So we are a real-time scanner, okay? We don't claim to be, we are. So if I right-click on this alert window and click on configure, this is going to tell you exactly what this scan is looking for, okay? So if the stock is this is the screening aspect, the filtering aspect. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means this has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, at least, okay? So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see what's happening right here. BKKT, 1041 plus 5 seconds, 1117. That was a real-time alert. IPI just made a new high of the day, meeting all these filter requirements. You just saw it right there, okay, right in front of you. These are real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it, but you can, of course you can make any changes you want. If you don't like this price range, something else about it, maybe once you, well, obviously to have the scan, you have to have Trade Ideas, but maybe there's a filter that you like. When you see the filters that we've got, maybe you add one, maybe take one out, up to you. This is what I like to see. Of course, I'm not forcing you to see the same thing. Okay, look at this, STKS. So this is an example of these are all real-time alerts. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. If I click on search this time, so you'll see right at the top, these icons, these represent the real-time alert icons. Now, there are a lot of them right at the very top, the new high and the new low of the day, the two most popular. But as you can see, if I scroll down, you will see that we have a lot of real-time alert icon or real-time alerts. When you get to these icons, these are our filters. So again, I say this, you don't have to learn them all. If you're looking at this and thinking, man, this is way too difficult for me to understand, you don't have to learn them all. The reason why we have so many different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters is that obviously there are so many different trading styles out there that when the company started over 20 years ago, first of all, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters, screeners, to satisfy all the different types of trading styles there are out there. Now, obviously, every single trade, we don't have every filter or real-time alert known to man, but I think for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? But again, you don't have to learn them all. Me, I only use the new high and the new low. That's it. That doesn't mean that the rest of them are not good. It just means for my trading style, all I care about are new highs and new lows. And the filters that I use, I don't use very many of the filters. I have a price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, a minimum relative volume that I like, things like that. Okay? But so don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Now, if you're an intraday trader like myself, your number one goal every single day when you wake up is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay? Now, this window you see here, the relative strength leaders from the close percent. Now, this is on my homepage. I've abbreviated it, okay? It is just called relative strength leaders. But these stocks are trading abnormally, okay? There's no way a stock can be up 77% unless it's trading pretty abnormally. This stupid Sezzle up 73% unless it's trading abnormally, okay? Now, I only have 20 listed, okay, on this, on here. I only want to see the sort of the top 20, if you will. There's Shady's AGS, hasn't moved yet, not a lot yet. This is a buyout, but it is looking decent though. He's in, I think, 1130. And look at the relative volume, 116 times normal. That's pretty abnormal, right? 116 times normal. And even its option volume, and it's not trading very many contracts, only 521, but that's 12 times normal. Okay, so this, if all you did was look at stocks like this all day long, and you're looking for stocks trading abnormally on the way up, this is, you could just do this. Now, I also like to see, the 10-day daily breakdowns and breakouts. We are because I know I've mentioned this many times, we're in earnings season, okay? With a lot of companies. Next week, this will not be as active. These scans will not produce as much, which is, actually not that big. It's probably a little bit better. You can get overwhelmed in here by trying to figure out, well, which one do I take? Next week, on the breakout, we may only see about 4 or 5. On the breakdown, maybe 4 or 5. And the combo scan, which I do like, which combines the abnormal auction activity with the breakouts. And if there's anything common, so in other words, if I look at plant is here, obviously in the abnormal option activity, and I could scroll down. There it is, also here. So if it's trading abnormally option wise, and it's also a 10-day daily breakout or breakdown, Pepe put this together. Pepe in the room. Instead of our having to now scan the list and seeing if there's any common ones, this does it automatically. So these are the ones to really pay attention to. Not only they're trading abnormally volume-wise, they're breakouts, and they're also trading abnormally option-wise. Now, I don't trade options. Okay, but obviously, stocks that are trading abnormally option-wise are probably something to take to watch just the actual stock itself. Yeah, there's no way to do it automatically, Ambient Art. Their question there in the YouTube room to filter out the China stocks. You could go to a website somewhere, though, that can list China stocks. Google it. Hopefully it'd be a nice long list of China stocks. And then you can make a watch list out of them and then attach the watch list to all of your scans. And then keep you in suspense here. Yeah. So imagine if you created a symbol list. Remember, you can go to the guide, shows you how do you create a symbol list. So you can create new symbol lists. You're going to call it China, okay? And then you put all the China stocks that you want into the symbol list. Then you would click on add. Again, this is all in the guide, okay? You would add the existing list. If you've never created one before, you'll see it immediately. China, you click on China or however you've named it, it'll move over here. You have to get it over into this column. Once it's in this column, then exclude the following list and you check it. And then you can do that for every top list or alert window that you've got in order for you to exclude anything that China. Okay. All right, guys. Now, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. Okay. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. If I happen to be in a trade that I have to devote my entire concentration to, I'll let you know. But most of the time, I'm available almost immediately to answer any questions you may have, certainly about the program. Now, if I cannot answer a question about the program, I'll give you an email that you can ask or ask the question. One of the other traders might know. For instance, you have a type of scan that you're looking for and I don't have it, one of the other traders may. Okay, I think I'm caught up. I'm just scanning to see if there are any questions I may have missed. Now, I want to also check the calendar. I don't think there was anything, but let me just check. So the only major thing happening later on is the 30-year bond auction. Okay, at 1 o'clock. That can affect the market. $25 billion 30-year bond auction can affect the market at 1 o'clock. So be aware of that. You are welcome, Mo. Upstart, guys. So I know somebody mentioned Upstart earlier. This is on a nice path to recovery after getting. Well, it had an interesting earnings day yesterday. I mean, it got hammered down. It was still down from the previous day's close, but it had a big recovery. It was down as low as 2073, got up to 23, and now is still in recovery mode. Yeah, just a fantastic alert by Shady this morning on the forward. If I spell it right, I may get it. No, this is, it's, it's the market. Oops, what's happening here? Here we go. Yeah, it's basically the market. Look at this. I mean, you wouldn't think a company like this would be so market dependent, but look at this. I mean, that's basically the market. Wow. So if you're in this one, watch the market. See if the market starts to drop. Well, that was just a sensational alert from Shady this morning. Well, Michael, you set the scanner to only show me stocks that have moved. Well, it depends. Define move. What do you mean by move? I mean, you can set it to move a certain amount, but define what you mean by move. But again, what does that mean price-wise? Are you talking about a 79% move, a percentage move, a dollar move? When are you looking at it? I mean, it's too general, Michael. Stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, you need more information though. I mean, you could say, well, this has moved right forward, but if you look at it right now and you had an alert set that you wanted to see it move now, it's not going to move, or it may not move anymore, right? So it made the move up here. Depends on when you're looking at it. Well, what is your trigger? What are you using as a trigger, Michael? I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. What are you using? What are you using as your alert? Like a new high of the day, like what are you using as your alert? I mean, these are, here's an example. I mean, this is a stock. Every time there's CRVS, it made a new high at 216. Now, has it moved from there? No, but that was the trigger. Well, are you using an alert window? I mean, a trigger, okay, and a real-time alert. You need to choose a real-time alert if you're using an alert window. Are you using a top list window or an alert window? A top list window, well, an alert. Okay, trigger, a real-time alert, okay? So when you create an alert window, you need, I call it a trigger, okay? But you need to have, like, what do you want to, well, trigger the alert? So you pick one of the, something from here if you're using an alert window. So if you want to see a stock making a new high of the day, I call that a trigger. Okay. So what is the alert you're making? Or what is the alert? Okay. What is the actual alert that you're using? A new high of the day, a new 5-minute high, and like what is the alert you're using? I don't have the one I made for you yesterday. So I understand it's a short squeeze, but what is the alert? What's the alert that you're using? I don't remember. Uh, mm, okay, well, then when you get the alert, it's made a 5-minute high. Now you have to watch it. That's like saying, okay, I think I understand. I mean, that's like saying, oh man, I've got an alert for this one, AUNA at 8:47. Okay, because that's what you've told your alert window to do. Show me stocks. In this particular case, show me stocks that meet all these filter requirements and then just made a new high for the day. So when I see the alert, of course, it'll probably be still at the same price, right? I mean, unless it's a super fast moving stock, but it's going to, okay? When you get the alert, of course, it could be at the same price. Now you wonder, okay, I see for me at this point, if I really wanted this one, okay, AUNA, I'd be looking at this and going, okay, I got the alert, 8:47. I look left. The next high is what, almost 9:17. So I look left. I say, okay, it's got some room. What's the spread like? Analyze it, and then I make up my mind. Do I want to take the trade or not? Okay. So in actual fact, when you get the alert, you still would want it to be around the alert price because that allows you to sort of analyze it, because if you got the alert and all of a sudden it jumped to $10, what it wouldn't be that worthwhile. Okay, guys, it's now 10:59. So I have another hour or so. I just want to check to make sure it is Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break. Sometimes he and Andy switch. Okay, did a CAD move? ACAD from the alert price 1567? Not really. Did briefly. All right, Hazy is back. Okay, I was toying with the idea of taking this earlier. Then it did this, but is starting to come back. Now, if you head over to YouTube in about an hour, and it is Steve, I have to get a confirmation. Yeah, it is Steve. Like, he just confirmed it'll be Steve. So he is he is an aficionado, okay, of this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So if you can see my 15-minute chart, there is an orange line, okay, and that is a 10 SMA. He absolutely loves this. So what he does is he'll take a look at something like this maybe and see if it moves down into the 10 SMA and then bounces off it. And then he'll take, if he was in this trade right now, let's say he got in this trade, right here, as long as it didn't break down below, he would keep in the trade as an example. Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of following Michael. No. You're talking about what I gave to you? No, you saw it took no time at all. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. I did it right on the screen, right in front of you. It didn't take any time at all to create that, the short float squeeze or whatever. So the room hours, okay. So green trades, the room hours are this. I don't get on the mic until, it's a little bit later now, okay. Maybe 9:10, okay. I'll see if I can get back to the 9, but right now it's around 9:10. And I go to 3, sometimes a little, sometimes I leave a little bit earlier, okay. But William keeps the room open, the main room open until 4, usually. Sometimes after, like, depends on what earnings plays there are. So yesterday, for instance, he kept it open to 4:15. Now the room is actually open. I know this is going to get a little confusing. The room is actually open usually by 8 o'clock. I'm just not sharing my screen, but the room is actually open. You can come in. There are people there already. William or Chris will open the room. Chris at Trade Ideas will open the room. Actually, when I happen to notice, usually it's around 7:30 Eastern time. So you can pop in then. I don't get on the mic till 9. Okay. So to sum up, the room will be open Now this is the main room, not YouTube. Okay, YouTube it basically is 9 o'clock, but the main room will be open by 8 o'clock, and then from 8 to 9, you guys can chat amongst yourselves in terms of posting, texting, or posting, and then I get on the mic at around 9, and then I go to around 3, and then William keeps the main room open until 4, sometimes a little after 4. Okay, does that make sense? Shady is on fire today. AGS is also moving. All right, guys. So 11:05. So thoughts on Roblox? Roblox. It it's just sort of basing now, isn't it? I'll bring it up. Shoot, UPST moved. I was really looking at that one over the 24 level. Um, so where's Roblox? It's a down for the day. Let me find it. Or I'll just type it in. Okay, so Steve would say it's holding the 10 SMA. There's the 10 SMA right there, the orange line. So it's still above it, but it's just kind of basing now. I mean, it's still down 21%. So, I mean, big gap down on earnings, recovering. I think the market is helping. This market is just supercharged right now. I think the market is probably helping it not to have continued down. I think if the market had been down, I think more than likely Roblox may have continued down, but so right now it's no man's land. I mean, you might want to put an alert over 31 and maybe an alert down at 30, sort of in between 30 and 31 and see if it breaks one way or the other. But right now it's doing nothing. So not really much to see or do. Plug. Boy, I haven't seen Plug in a long time. Plug, Fuel Cell, and Ballard, the troika. I'm just impressed by this market. My goodness. I mean, this since the market opened, there hasn't not been a red bar. Okay, there's been maybe you call that maybe a pullback. Got up to 518, closed down here a little bit, but I mean, other than that, I mean, this has been just straight up. Oh man, this is had my eye on this one, and then I just got distracted just over that 24 level. The UPST, I was talking about this. I had the big down day yesterday, but it recovered very well. Now, I mean, it could even challenge that 26. All right, PGY. Now, this is also an AI alert. Okay, it's been very choppy though, but maybe, I mean, it's hard to look at for me, it's hard to look at a chart like this, PGY. Looking at a 15-minute chart, you see these big topping tail, bottoming tail. I mean, the best you can say is the trend is up, but depends how many shares you take. You're going to get stopped out because it is pretty whippy. Maybe it'll settle down. The beautiful thing about it, of course, is look at all the room it potentially has on the weekly chart. That is why it's interesting. It is an earnings play. This could be watched tomorrow to see if there's any sort of continuation. No, you'll only hear me, Mohammed. There's only one person talks. Okay, I take a break at 12 o'clock Eastern time, and one of the other traders does take over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. But and then he would be the only one talking in our YouTube room. Okay, there are no nobody else talks. It would be a free for all if that were the case. Well, he's posting. If you go into the stock, probably, normally Shady is posting in the specific stocks only. Okay, you're in the general market talk. Okay. You see the tab that says specific stocks only. So if you went there, you would see Shady is posting and others, of course. But they're not talking, okay, Mohammed. Nobody talks other than myself. Okay. But if you go to the specific stocks only tab, you will see people, well, not talking, but throwing out ideas, trading among them. Oh man, anybody take the upstart? That is a great move off that 24. It still has room. 26.11 is the next high looking left. Oh, okay, now this has room. Okay, CCSI has some room. CCSI has some room. Now look left on the weekly chart, and that's actually a daily high. Also, you just can't see it. This is an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. Just over 18. The problem can be the volume is just not great. 400,000 shares. It is 5 times normal, but it's hard. Let's take a look at the spread. Yeah, see, look, the spread is just not good. I mean, while it's not bad right now, 1803, 1805, 1811, that's not terrible, but just I just wish I had more volume. Well, I'd love to take this one because of the room. It's got over $1 to the next high. I just have a tough time though committing to it because of that spread. Look at it now. I mean, 1812, 1826. It won't matter if it gets up to 19, but my crystal ball doesn't work quite that well. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, bid ask 1812, 1826. In theory, if you want to take this stock right now, you got to pay 1826. And yet, the bid is 1812. It could go right back down there. So you want to have a tighter, definitely for me anyway, a tighter spread. All right, this has got a little bit of room, guys. The BRDG has a little bit of room. 758, 760. We're at 729 right now. It is an atrocious looking daily chart. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails, left and right. This is even a bottoming tail today. It is an earnings play. So you got to deal with that, It's just. And if you're wondering, well, why am I showing you it if it's an atrocious looking daily chart? Well, of course, until I clicked on the alert, I didn't know how atrocious it was. So, all right, YTEN just got halted, guys. Now, maybe this will give me an opportunity. So let me explain what I'm talking about. So come on. Just need this. Okay, yeah, the volume is so light right now, 41,000. I mean, it may explode once it opens, but so this got halted. All the volume just came in. Okay, 41,000 have traded. It's 37,000 in this candle. So yeah, it's just the volume is just way too light. Sometimes what I'll do on one of these ones that get halted, it got halted at 576. If it popped a little bit above 576 and then came down below 576 and then moved above 576, I might take the trade. And in fact, it doesn't even have to pop above it when it resumes. If it moves down a little bit, I don't mean like back down to 5, maybe 10, 15 cents underneath, and then it pops right back through it. Sometimes I will take that trade. The problem is the volume is so low. Unless the volume just explodes when it resumes. Another earnings play, guys. BRCC, big gap up on earnings. Can't see anything on the weekly chart, so let's go to the monthly and see where the next high is. So yeah, so this at one point was a $34 stock. So the next high is 585. Okay, the next high is 585 on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. I wish I could see that on the weekly chart, but just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. All right, guys. So here is a beaten up stock, right? CLDX. Now you can see that it's right at that 10 SMA that Steve loves. Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. Okay. I really recommend you head over there. He'll explain all about this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, why he likes it. Oh, I see. That's why you get, okay, thank you. Why Y10 spiked. Of course, I'm not going to go and read the statement on Form S1. Basically, withdrew an offering. Okay. Thank you, William, for deciphering all that for us. So this is going to be, well, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open in 6 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Let's see where it opens. Oh, look at this. It looks like it's going to have a big open. Of course, very anticlimactic because it did not open in 5 minutes. There was the halt, 11:16 plus 50 seconds. We are now at past 11:21 plus 50 seconds. So typically these are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5. Okay. And this is what I was talking about. This is the potential of the open, 620. Potential of the open, halted at 576. Again, this, but you can see how this moves. This is not, or changes. Nothing is written in stone. Oh man, my miss for me now is that upstart. I really, really wanted it. That was a beautiful $1 move off that 24 break. Now it is shortable. It is shortable, you know, at Interact, for me anyway, at Interactor Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I suppose it could eventually run out of steam. I mean, this has just been a tremendous move. Another one that basically followed the market. I mean, you know, look at this. I mean, just followed the market up. All right, I'm going to watch this one to see how well it holds this 25. It still has some room. 26.13, the next high looking left. Well, this BGS actually had a actually had a great move. Had the alert at 9:56. It is now 8:98. All right. So if this is a 10-minute halt, this will open at 10:26 plus 50 seconds. So still not quite 2 minutes. Here's another. I mean, look at shop. I mean, basically just following the market, following the market, following the market. Boy, they still got room, guys. I mean, this BGS still has room underneath down to 8. Not saying it's getting there, but all right. Well, 25 seconds from now, if it's a 10-minute halt, okay, a little less now than 25 seconds, okay. Now we're looking at 590. Well, it just popped to 607, 576 on the halt. So this is what I'm looking at here. Potential of the open. And it just opened. It just opened. And it just opened and wow, big explosion. So you see what it didn't do. It didn't give me that potential entry that I might have taken it at. It did not get down below 576, which was the alert price or the halt price. No, and I'm not going to chase it now. So, but you see the volume did pick up. Pepe, are you around? There he is. Okay, so this is what I did, Pepe. I decided last night, guys. I'm just talking to Pepe. He's my IT specialist. Okay. Um, Remember how I did a reboot of my computer yesterday in the afternoon, and it just whispered along? So I decided, you know what? I'm only going to put it on sleep overnight. Maybe all those little settings that I need, miracle settings that I need to not cause it to go crazy. If I reboot, maybe, who knows what's going to happen. So I decided to keep it on sleep mode overnight, and it's great. Now, it might be a complete coincidence. At the beginning, when I unslept it, it started to make a little bit of noise, but after about half an hour, just completely quieted down, and it's like magic right now. So I'm wondering, does that make sense? That if I'm in, if I've rebooted and it's very quiet, put it on sleep until it breaks. Does that even unslept? I know I'm creating a new term, unslept mode. I mean, it may be just a complete coincidence, but all right, guys. Has he? It's not a laptop, Michael. I have a desktop. Yeah, in the old days, yeah, I was putting in sleep mode all the time, and then that's when I decided, well, maybe that's not good. It's just that when I have a build or whatever we want to call it, a reboot that is very quiet, I thought maybe if I put it in sleep mode, it'll remain there. In other words, whatever settings. I did not hibernate. I don't have a hibernate mode. Just sleep, I think. Now it started to, just because I'm looking. Yeah, I only have sleep mode. I do not have hibernate. Anyway, I just thought thought that was interesting. I think it's an i7. It's an old computer, Michael. But anyway, now is hibernate is better, isn't it? It really puts it to sleep. Okay, maybe I'll find out. You're right. It is. Maybe it's on. I did not disable it because I wouldn't know how to do that. But maybe I'll try to find out where it is in the power settings. Okay. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Very happy. PC. I'm always running a PC. Oh, I have an i. It's at least i7, Michael, in our YouTuber. It's at least i7. It's not i5. Anyway, I don't want to hijack the room. I just wanted to mention that to. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to. If this keeps working, because you guys haven't heard a thing, right? And I got music going. I'm not serious. I've got. Okay, guys, I may have to take a look at Upstart now again. I've got. Who have I got going? Spotify or Pandora? Well, okay, Captain, but I don't have any other device open. I have other devices, but I don't have any other device open. So that shouldn't be the issue. All right, I'm watching Upstart now, guys. Watching Upstart. I want to see how well it holds 25, and if it continues to try to recover. Well, it's done a great job of recovering. It's well above yesterday's high. So now the next high is 26. And as long as the market keeps doing something like this, doesn't have to be screaming higher, but you don't want to see it moving down. Oh, okay. Upstart, guys, just hold 25. Hold 25 in a big way. Volume is still pretty decent. What time is it now? 11:35. Yeah, so that candle, that volume bar still has another 10 minutes. So it's not like it's completely dried up, the volume. Boy, this BGS just getting trashed still, guys. I didn't take it. Low, if you took it though, the low down here is 8, so it still has room to run down. Yeah, you're right. PJ was looking for you, John. Again, I'm just watching the upstart UPST, watching to see how well it holds 25. Now, may be getting affected by that little red bar. All right, so this is a new SPAC, guys. I don't care about them. GPATU. What did Y10 end up doing? Not bad, actually. It has not really given it up. It's still above the halt price. But I would never be trying to figure out a way to go along this one now. Look at these two topping tails. Big two topping tails up here. Remember what that means. The price was up here at one point. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers stepped in and almost got it to the same price. Sellers are knocking it down. There still is 7 minutes for this candle to close. So, I mean, in theory, it could move right back up. But so, yeah. So if you were any one of those ones, guys, that were moving like this, any stocks that were kind of moving like this, along with the SPY, just be aware we are now forming a red bar. All right. Well, listen, Upstart is still looking interesting. Okay, it's not following down yet. It's not following the SPY right now, anyway. Again, this is what we're talking about right there. Red bar on the SPY. This is basically moved with the SPY. That whole move was the SPY move. What happened to rare earths? Oh my gosh. Remember yeah, METC. Let me take a look. I know you hated that company. Hate is too strong a word, perhaps, but let's take a look at METC. Well, I thought it would be worse, I guess, but okay. I thought it would be actually worse the way, but yeah, earnings play, METC. Remember all the hoopla about that one. That's back in, actually, this was even earlier. Yeah, back in November. Well, actually, I guess it must have started right here, back in. You know what? It seems like way longer than a year ago, but it's not even a year ago. That claiming to have one of the biggest deposits of rare earth minerals, and that just sent it on a huge trajectory from 7 all the way up to 22. Took a few months, but now since then. I see. You know what? I didn't know we had our YouTube room or our Discord room open still. Perfect Circle. It's interesting. Let me talk to Scott. I thought we had shut that down. I haven't been there for so long. And there's nobody monitoring it. So that's not good, really. All right, guys, maybe Upstart now is on the way, okay? I may not care too much about what the market's doing. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't mind going there. The problem is it was the screen sharing. All right, guys, Upstart giving me a little bit. Okay, what happened with the this is an IPO, guys. Okay, so this is an IPO, SVCO. SVCO, this is an IPO. It obviously, it just now a little quirk in our Hulse resumes, okay? If it's an IPO, about 90% of the time it'll show up in the resumes. And in this case, it did. It's not 100%, but I would say 90%. So, first of all, What was it priced at? $19, 6 million shares. Okay. So it's a little bit above just a little bit above the IPO price. So let's see if it holds the IPO price of 19. Not very many shares were issued. I don't know where they're out of. Let me just do a quick check on my IPO calendar. Probably not out of China or Singapore. The reason I add that is just, yeah, the US stock, US based. So not necessarily that exciting in terms of the potential crazy move, but we did have one yesterday. From the States. Ah, I did not know that. Okay, I did not know that. I'll have to show up. Yeah, Michael, that's all I meant. Michael, not Nos, but Michael Storm in our YouTube room. It's a quirk, okay? That when a stock is an IPO, it shows up as a resumed. Just a quirk. It's not, it's not, wasn't designed that way. And I would say about 90% of the time. Oh, just give me a moment. But it's not, again, Michael, it's only, I would say 90% of the time. It's not, it was not designed that way, okay? That an IPO would show up as a resume on the first day. It's not designed that way. We just happened to notice it was happening about 90% of the time. So don't count on it for showing IPOs necessarily. All right. So again, if you're in any of these stocks that were doing this for you earlier, just be aware that this is starting to happen. Hasn't affected UPST yet. And this is, of course, the SPY chart, 15-minute SPY chart. But look at Shopify as an example, okay? Look at Shop. Notice anything familiar? Up, up. Now this was a red bar, okay, but it's buyers are stepping in and trying to keep it green, okay? But when this was a red bar, look at Shopify, 2 red bars, following the market. Oh. Okay, computer. Whoa, look at the Y10 now, guys. Look at the Y10 now. So it actually took all that out, and it got up to the 6. I'm not in it. Spread is not great. I mean, well, yeah, look at that, 34.58. Terrible now. Wow, 11:51 now, guys. So I'm taking my break pretty soon. In about 9 minutes, Steve will take over for me. And so what I'll do right now, for those in the main room, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Steve when he takes over for me in about 9 minutes. And I will put the announcement up here. I'm not gone yet, but okay. And then pause my music. All right. So I'm just waiting for Steve now to show up in our YouTube room. I'm just checking some of my thumbnails. Look at that SESI. I mean, it looked like it was going to just utterly collapse, but it is still, it's still hanging in there. SEZI. I'm sorry, SEZL. You know, when it got up here, it got up to 83 and then back down to 76. I thought, okay, that must be it, but nope. Still strong. Incredible. So the question is from our YouTube room, when you load a new layout from the cloud, does it automatically close a layout that may be currently open? If the layout that you've got that is currently opened is not in doc format, and I don't want to confuse you, but if it's not docked windows, then yes, it will. Does that make sense? If the layout that you've got is totally either in a dock or like windows like this, okay, then it will not close it. But if it is not, if they're all free floating windows, it will close it. Now it's possible you have a combination of dock windows and free floating, in which case, you know, the dock windows would remain, but yeah, so just make sure that if you're going to load a scan, make sure you save your current layout to the cloud. Or sorry, if you're going to load a new layout, make sure you save your layout that you've got on to the cloud. It'll disappear, but no, obviously not forever. And just to reiterate, the whole idea of clicking on new and then clicking on the docked channel bar was for that very reason, okay? Because people would, well, way before we had even the ability for anybody to create a docked window, the layouts were just all free floating. And so they created this dock channel bar. So if you click on anything from the dock channel bar, even if your layout is all free floating, that layout will still remain. Okay, if that makes sense. So you could click anything from the dock channel bar, and your layout, whatever layout you got, will still remain. And that was, the main reason they did that is because people probably weren't using the channel bar that much. Because if they click on, it was a pain when they would click on something and then they lose their layout, they will have to bring their layout back. Sometimes people will forget to save their layout and they get really ticked off. Okay, so at least if you go here and use the dock channel bar, no matter what layout you've got, will not disappear. Okay, guys. So again, I'm just kind of waiting for Steve to show up. Boy, look at Roblox, roadblocks. RBLX just doing absolutely nothing. I had a price alert set on the high and the low, and maybe it did trigger and I didn't see it. All right, guys. Well, Upstart is, it's working. It's not being affected by the market yet. Now, if Steve were here, and he's going to be here really soon, look at this 10 SMA on the SPY chart, okay, on the 15-minute SPY chart. You see that? Now, will that hold it? Will that 10 SMA on the 15-minute SPY chart, will that act as support? Okay. And that's what he'll talk about a lot, I think. Not specifically this chart, but just the concept of the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Well, let's take a look at Y10. Yeah, man, amazing, isn't it? And now look at the volume, guys. Remember I said that once, well, it didn't happen immediately, but the volume was really bad on that halt. I think it was about 40,000. And I said, well, when it opens, let's see what happens with the volume. Look at the volume now, over 1 million shares, 14 times normal, very low float. Okay, I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, I think Steve is in our YouTube room now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. And yes, UPST, thank you. That's one I'm in, Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hello. I got to put the other on mute. I had a duplicate. Hang on, scrambling to get my setup. Oh, I hear your kitty.
Yeah.
Nice. Hungry cat. Yeah, they know when it's time to eat. Hold on, entire screen. There we go.
Which is all the time. Which is all the time.
You are correct, Barry. I am watching the 10 SMA. Yes.
Yes. On the SPY chart, right?
Yeah, as you said that, what I'll do is I'll say, well, what are the Qs doing at the same time? And the Qs were kind of bleeding through there a little bit. So little sloppy action here. We'll see if it holds. And then maybe the IWM. What are the big three doing? IWM's holding up nicely. Really nice action there on the 10 SMA. So seems like the small caps are in favor for the most part across the board.
Right.
CGC.
Anyway, I've built you up as the 10 SMA guru, so
Yeah,
don't let me
that's
down.
me.
Okay, don't let me down.
Okay, that's me. I'll talk all about it.
Okay.
Go
Okay,
do your
Steve.
thing, and I'll be around.
Okay. Bye-bye.
But it's a perfect circle. Your short SPY. So far, you've got a little bit of red below the 10 SMA, which is good. And, there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of space here between the current price and the next level lower. This market has a funny way of going higher, 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 and then bam, just kind of dropping the hammer on people. That can come at any time, especially when we're this extended. So nothing wrong with that. If anything, if you get like a solid red handle, it's nothing good. Not going to be anything more than good confirmation on that concept. There's many ways to make a buck in the market. It's just a matter of what is being presented to you in real time. So MindMed, boy, I had a fun open in this one. This is a great example of why I don't put stops in. And this was so hard to write out. I'll tell you guys, it's been a while since I've had to write an open like this, but I believe in the company. The earnings weren't that bad. I tell you all the time, I want to wait for a closing candle. This was a horrible breakdown of the 50. But when I looked left, you can just see it right there. There's my cursor. These damn algorithms, the way the predatory quants work is once something breaks, if they've got momentum, they're going to see how far they can shake the trees. And you almost have to look left and expect this first level. Okay, they're going to test 838. Oh, well, they did that. And in my mind, I said, well, it's only 10 minutes after the open. I'm not going to put in a stop until I get the first 15-minute candle. That's where I'm headed with this. Wrote it down to here. I said, oh, okay, well, you know what? They're probably going to challenge 8. They're definitely going to challenge this low down here. And then they're probably going to challenge the round number of 8. And then thankfully, after a lot of pain, but mind you, I've taken a lot off. It was just what was remaining. As a position investment hold, if you will, in my 401k account I'm talking about here. I wasn't going to allow the early market predatory market stop runners to take me out of my investment. So I said, you're just going to have to wait and see, Steve, how the thing closes. It's not fun, but I'll tell you this, I'm not a complete idiot. My rule is once I get a low, I like to wait about 20 minutes. And this low right here, that's that 8 o'clock, that round $8 level low. So when I saw that, I said, that's about as much as I'm willing to take. And it bounced up off of there. So right about here, I said, okay, walked in there. I put a stop in there at lows. That's how I handle these damn drive downs, these algorithm shakedowns that try and get you out of a good looking daily chart. It's all about how the candle closes at the end of the day. And that was not fun to ride. I was probably close to throwing something, but it's just the way it is. There's nothing worse than looking back in hindsight at a long tail that closes back where it opened, knowing that they got you and it just stays with you. And I refuse to let that happen. So I have to write out some short-term pain sometimes on the open to see what that 20-minute, 30-minute mark actually brings. And then, only then, will I go in and place a hard stop. Because the feeling is the algorithms have washed out. Everybody's losing their orders to Citadel, Schwab, E-Trade. It doesn't matter. All of your good till canceled market stop orders get me out below the 50-day moving average are sold to Citadel. And they can pretty much quantify in real time what they can do to really move that price in the first opening 30 minutes. So all I do is I just stand aside and ole like a matador, let it run through. There you go. Well, don't really know what to do when you're a deer in the headlights on the open and you realize you're in the middle of a stop hunt. Do I want to kick myself later and feel better now? Or do I want to just try and ride this out and see what comes? So pretty much what I'm talking about there, perfect circle. That's my plan. My plan is to not get shaken out in the first 20 minutes of a stop hunt. Plus, we had earnings, and I knew earnings, there was nothing bad in there. If there was something bad in there, I might have gotten out. But I try not to overthink this stuff. Let's see what your spies are doing, Circle. Yeah, they're trying to grind, they're trying to hold NASDAQ bleeding down through. This is typically what I see. Interesting. Yeah, Michael Noss is sending me charts now on how the MindMed held the VWAP. Let's take a look at that actually before I do that. So what he's showing me is this. Let's close that for a second. Where's he anchoring? I think he was anchoring like right there. And no, that was not the one. Let me try again. He's going back down here. Reset the chart. Let's throw an anchor down here, the low. I think that's what he's showing me. I'm going to do one more draw on that second candle. He's basically showing me, Michael Noss, that the low of today, pretty solid. The low of today was really close to the anchored VWAP of the stock definitive low down here. This most recent low, excuse me. So that's something you can do in real time to try and keep your nerves from fraying on a stop hunt on the open. That's for sure. Okay, Jay, it's time to go through my positions. Ready? DJT is looking really, really good. And why do I say that? I say that because not only am I in it, do I like the story? Look at the 10-day simple moving average. When you've got sideways action coming into a rising 10 SMA, the path of least resistance is this, and we might be getting that today. So I have been in. I'm in a full position. I think I tried to add a little bit more today, but I refused to chase it. I'll keep an eye on it. If we move to the intraday here, obviously we still have a lot of space. We might have a lot of choppiness here until the 10 SMA catches up to it. But in the bigger picture on the daily, it looks really good. It looks so good, in fact, that I'm also long the warrants. And this one can really get cooking. I like this chart because it's clean. It came out when the SPAC folded and it became DJT. And the warrants have their own chart. And it's just a beautiful little bit of a bleed there on the 10 SMA. But this is a low float, widespread instrument. And when it gets going, it can really get going. I love this. So I'm in heavy on this one too. I am all in on the warrants and DJT. Jay and Patrick, cup and handle. Yep. Vince, I sold it too soon. If you're talking about the DJT, that's possible. Let's talk about that. I don't know what your time frame is. If you're somebody who's trying to grab quick hits, 50 cents in dollars, then you had a great move. The problem is you have to do that with bigger size, to make it worth it. And in my opinion, the way this market is so volatile and the way the algorithms run it, you're better off doing the opposite. You're better off playing smaller size and letting the noise work itself out and try to get a piece of the bigger move without getting shaken out. So if you got out too soon, you got to really ask yourself, what was your objective in terms of a time frame? Because I'll submit this. This is my rule. If I'm participating in this, which I was, Andy does this to me all the time. You better sell some. You better sell some. And I say, no. I'll sell some when I get my signal to sell some. So we still have a lot of time left in the day. We've got a stock that's trying to break out of a consolidation. Relative volume's nothing special. But I want to see what happens when these two meet, when the 10 SMA and the price meet. What happens? So you can take that same scenario and use that, Vince, as your way to take profits as best you can. Because I sold too soon is a very common problem we tend to get fearful that if we don't sell it now, we're going to lose that green number that we're staring at. And then we apply that green number to what we could do this weekend or what we could put that towards. And it becomes an attachment to the dollar value rather than an attachment to the trade setup. And you've got to maximize your trade setups. And so the way I do that is just the 10 SMA on the daily chart and on the 15-minute chart. That tells me momentum is intact. And if I'm going to bail out above the momentum line, then I'm probably going to regret it later because it still might have a lot of movement in it. One of the first things I had to overcome as a day trader back in 1998 was I would ride that first push, and then the first red candle I would freak out and sell. And then I'd wind up sometimes buying the stock back higher because I was mad that I got out. Once I trained myself to just, oh, hey, there's a red candle. Well, there's probably going to be a couple of red candles. Why don't I get up, get some coffee, walk around a little bit? Don't sit here and overthink it. And whatever I could do to distract myself or force myself to not freak out when the stock was taking a breath and sit through and hope and sit through and wait for the next breath, that second profit, you double what you originally had a lot of times. And you do that a few times and you start to condition yourself, hey, it's not so bad to sit through a small pullback. At least for me, that's how it works for me. Barry, I know, does not like to sit through pullbacks. Barry likes to find momentum, jump on, and then sell it. And I get that. That works for him. All right. Do I use horizontally drawn support? Yeah, Avery, I do. You can see I've got these blue lines right here. Currently, that blue line is there for a reason. It's there to just kind of let me know if I'm looking away and this thing pops up and tells me DJT just went off, then I know it's trying to take out a prior level. I'll do the same thing on the downside. I'll grab, I'll look at this and I'll say, okay, now, it's kind of a stop, not a stop, but a mental awareness of just below the low end of that range there. I'll move that up. And so I'm constantly using price alerts to tell me what's working or what's not working. Hang on a second here. Brian Shannon wants to tell me something. Okay, never mind. He's just telling me his MRI results. Okay. I thought he was, when I hear Brian go send me a chat, I usually want to look at it because he might be telling me something to watch in real time. Okay. So yeah, Avery, I will use horizontal lines back and forth. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's move on to what are we looking at here? I just did a video, so you guys are probably going to get the email tomorrow. It looks like it's personalized from me, but it's actually AI. But I did the video talking about how I use this. I use my short squeeze top list and tree map it. And every single day, especially right now when you've got the market doing this, popping back up above the 50 and then sideways. This is bullish. I'm back to bullish, guys. I mean, I know I was bearish back here, and I'll admit it. I have no problem with all the videos I made saying how defensive I was underneath the 50 SMA. There's no reason not to be. I didn't miss much. I just went into defensive mode and didn't do a whole lot. But now, the shorts, as they were, they bang the shorts out, and then they just kind of build a new base camp above this flat 50-day moving average. I don't want to be short this market right now, and I am not in any sense of the word, like I had been the last couple of times you guys have heard me. With that said, the short squeeze scans are on the table because of the backdrop of what I just said. So every day, look at this upstart yesterday after earnings, continuing today. Everything on this tree map is going to be above its 10 SMA. It's going to be in motion. It's going to be showing us momentum. All right, and I'll happily share the scan with you. The email says, email us if you want to copy the scan. But every single day, if you have it set up like this, you're going to have names just popping up in your face showing you these are the ones that are in play. If you can find something that maybe pulls back to the 10 SMA or grinds sideways into the 10 SMA, look at these. As I go through a lot of examples, holding that 10 SMA and moving higher, just a matter of which one do you want to pick. So the genius of this trade is they're all short 27% on that one, 21% on this one, 27% on PROK. This one might just be beginning to get going here. I will send it to you guys in this particular mode so you can see exactly what's going on. And I'll just drop that in there, paste my tree map. Okay, what's up, Leon? Yeah, that's a pretty funny perfect circle. That's what we just talked about. I changed the name. I just call it the short squeeze now. Okay, Leon, like Holly AI, you are early sometimes. Zeta, first trade of the week. Yeah, that's kind of my problem sometimes. I get a little early and then I'll lose focus. So Zeta was just kind of waiting for earnings. Now, I would never have probably taken this into earnings. When you bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, I should say. I never have good luck taking things into earnings. Speaking of, MindMed's not over yet today. Yesterday was earnings, and I took MindMed into earnings on a good-looking chart. Could have easily just as well done what Zeta did, but it didn't. So I don't trust stocks in earnings. But if we look at it in hindsight, it just once it bounced off this 50 up here, it just never broke the 20 SMA or the 10. These are beautiful daily charts. These are the charts to keep in mind. So is it an entry now? I don't think so. It's so much gap up. All of the reward has been given to the brave that held it into earnings. It's a tough one to say now. Now, if you're one of them, then good on you, Leon. I would just wait and watch and see what this thing does. It's possible that, at some point you might get a pullback. And when these two areas touch, the price and the 10-day SMA, that's a level of interest for anybody. Okay, so we don't have a Fibonacci tool, but Mike, you saying low and I don't think we have fibs, do we? If we do, then that's my bad for not knowing. I love Fibonacci's. I would use them more if I had them, but quite honestly, I hate adding too many layers to my analysis because I just want to keep it as simple as I can. Getting a lot of back and forth here now on this 10 SMA. Yeah, you're right, Mike. I do love the fibs. We don't have them. I kind of wish we did, but then again, I kind of wish we didn't. I would be looking at them probably too much. But I'm a huge believer in the Fibonacci sequence. It's everywhere in nature. It's everywhere. Just look at your own fingers. There's a Fibonacci sequence on the knuckles of your fingers. You don't even realize that. It's just the way things are. And sometimes that translates into price action. What else am I in? I'm not in a whole lot, but I'm not short. I'm in Cybin. Okay. I like the way this is the play on MindMed. Again, it's the same kind of a concept. I don't have great luck with 30-cent stocks usually, but I like the way this one bounced up above the 20. Look how it's just sliding sideways along the 20 now. This is what I call the bird in the hand. Sometimes it can be an early warning trend shift, whereas before it was just dominated by the moving averages, broke through the 20. Now they're curling back up in the sideways action, can be a precursor to a nice move. GAN theory. That's funny. Talk about it. HYMC. I bought back into HYMC today. I saw the gold miners doing really well today. Look at that. Nice breakout. Okay. HYMC is another one of those goofy stocks. I know AMC, the company AMC, has a stake in HYMC, but there's really nothing related other than the fact that AMC owns 22% of this silver mining company in Nevada. And they have earnings behind them now. And I'm just watching this little 20 SMA here. If this thing, look at this 5-day moving average too. Look at how it pulled back. So I'm flat on this one. I'm literally entered right here today. I'm watching all these other mining stocks like Silver Miners AG. Look at these moves. Pan American, giant move. Oh, look, it consolidated and look where it found support. Rising 10 SMA. So we call this a lagger or a secondary play. HYMC is a funny, why is that not? Let's see. Here we go. It could come alive at any moment. It's only got 18 million in the float. And so those are my positions. You have one long term. I'm still in beat, and I'm going to take this one into earnings tonight. Probably regret it, but I've already tagged this one as an investment. This is a technology company I like. I'm getting a little, no, not doing a whole lot there. All right. Elliott waves. God, I remember those two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ABC. You could pretty much shoehorn an Elliott wave into anything you saw. So yeah, were you going down the rabbit hole of esoteric indicators? HCPG, they're a swing trading group on Twitter. They're good guys. They exclusively use the Bollinger Bands, but they kind of use them the same way in which I use my moving averages. But they get a good feel for overbought, oversold, sweet spot, the median level, the mean levels. They kind of use that as a moving average. And it doesn't matter what you use. It just matters how you use it effectively. I think I've been just down about every single rabbit hole there is, Michael. It's not much left that surprises me. Keep seeing Bitcoin. All right, so where are we? Oh, it's only 24 after. We got plenty of time. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Now, if anybody was sent here, of course, for support, please speak up now. So if you need something demonstrated. There's silver. Look at this. We can just look at SLV, I suppose. Same thing, sideways action. And does the 10 SMA force the issue? We got pretty good volume today. So it seems like a good day for the mining companies, and they are at the top of my sector list. Again, that's why I'm sitting in this HYMC. And if this thing does break out, you can see whoever asked me, do I use levels? Well, I'm going to put that right above the 20 SMA. And if it does break through that, I might add to this position. So it's only a half starter position. Let me see. Yep. And if it goes from there, I will get confirmation maybe that it does want to be a secondary play, a sympathy play. But back to the DJT, this is a really good looking chart. So far, I don't want to jinx it, my God. But on both time frames there, all green lights. No reason to sell. You know, I was sitting and playing some minors, but it just seems like, Patrick, you got to wake up and be lucky to the gap, up or down. And that was the case in CDE. I was sitting in CDE for a few days and I got bored. I said, I'm not going to, that wick got me out. So I missed that gap up. Zim. What do they do? Oh, they're shipping. Interesting. Big short float in that one. Yeah, that's probably smart, Patrick. Love Sack. This is an actual public company, huh? The Beanie Bag Company. Yeah. All right, Michael. Okay, let's see. Bear engulfing crossing the 200 SMA. Let's see. To start, we've got to reverse engineer that and do the following. So let me open that from my cloud. Yeah. And what I want is bullish daily candlestick patterns. Let's start with this. It's a multi-strategy. And all we want is engulfing. Let's turn the others off. Engulfing will be in there we go. Okay, so our engulfings will look like that. So from here, what it's doing is it's just looking at yesterday's candle. So there's yesterday's, don't focus on today, focus on yesterday's candle. CCI is in fact a bullish engulfing. So that's our first step. Whoops, let's see here. Let's go into the strategies and see, can we flip it? Oh, don't hang on me. Open up. Looks like we can. So let's flip it. Okay. Let's enable that. Okay. It's still green. We could change it. You can do whatever you want. I know you've got the power to do that, but let's see. The next step you asked about was the 200. So if we go into configure and add a filter and say only show us this engulfer when it's at the 200. So all we have to do is just envelope the 200, change from 200-day SMA percent, and we'll just bookmark it. So we go negative 0.2. Oops. You can change this, of course, positive 0.2. So we got a 0.4 envelope straddling the 200 SMA. Let's see what that gives us. Does it give us anything? It doesn't give us anything today. Let's see if it gives us anything in history. Wait a second for that. And it might be that that might be just a pretty tall order in itself. Having a bullish engulfing candle is one thing, but having it occur at the 200 is another. Let's try this. Let's go back. Did I even have that enabled? Okay, hold on. It wasn't enabled. Let's try this again. Okay. So that was, it's not flipping though. Let's take a look here at the history. Oh, maybe that was a lot earlier. What day was this? What's today? 5/9. That's weird. I'm going to go back to strategies and back to config and back to flip, back to original. Okay, so there's an engulfing candle yesterday, very close to the 200. And we've got some more. I'm gonna cop out here, and I'm gonna hand you, Michael, this one. It's the bullish version, and as you said, you can flip it and play around with it. But this is how I would do it. So everything on here looks as if it meets the engulfing standards at or around the 200-day using yesterday's candle. So put this back to real time. Looks like that's all set up. I'm just gonna save and share that with you. There you go. Hopefully you can make something out of that, but it does appear that we can. Engulfing candles do happen. What my concern is, Michael, is the way that that flipped version worked. I don't know if there's a way to flip it. You're going to have to experiment because it seems like it wasn't working. We're using a list from the symbol list called daily candles, I think. Let's go into the symbol list tab. And it's existing list. And we call those, what were they called? Oh, it's under a subheading, daily. Bearish engulfing. Okay, so this is probably what you need. Bearish engulfing. Take that scan. Oh, let's do it together. We got time. Why not? So copy link. I'm going to open that scan again. It was probably already in there. Yeah, let's load that. But we need to qualify that the symbol list we're using is also, we want to include bearish engulfing. Grab that. Grab that. Let's just turn that off altogether. Okay, okay. Now, engulfing, new strategy. Let's try it from this. Oh, maybe I just changed the other one already. Let's see here. Configure. So slow today. Okay. We're using the symbol list bearish engulfing. Okay, so let's play with this. It's called engulfing. Let's turn that on. Let's change the color to red. Okay, let's see what's happening here. We did it. Check it out. There's yesterday's engulfer right at the 200. And so far, that's the only one that's really come through. ZTR came through yesterday, the day before. Or no, that is yesterday. There's the bearish engulfer. Let's look at the timestamps on here. Okay, yeah, that was 2 days ago. So you'll get some. Let's go back to live, and I'll just share this updated one. You can rename it and all that stuff. I'll just give you the link. Okay. Yeah, we're not getting a lot on the day. We seem to be getting a lot more on the bullish side in golfing than we did on the bearish in golfing, but that's how we do that, using the symbol list daily chart. Okay, Vince, what happened to CTMX during after hours? So all we can do is CTMX earnings. Judging by the yellow stripe on the chart, May 8th, post market, there's your answer. So it's important to have an earnings date on your single stock window because we highlight the danger zone in red. If you were to pull this up yesterday and get excited about it, this red here should remind you that it's got earnings coming up. And if you're like me, you're probably not going to have the best luck at earnings. What are these guys? Okay, the warrants are holding the 10 SMA, and the DJT common stock is also showing great bullishness still. So all good there. Why is my single stock window not working? Come on. What the hell? Okay, so yeah, Vince, you want to make sure you've got those earnings dates front and center so you don't lose sight of that. Again, I'm watching HYMC here as a reset connection. Oh, no. Reset connection. There we go. That usually works. A nice little double click of the reset connection. My floor vacuum just parked itself. It's about ready to puke up all of its floor dust. All right. Hey, new high in DJT. I think it's going to probably, I don't want to jinx it, but I hope it comes to challenge that blue line. And when it does, maybe I'll sell a little. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'll probably get greedy. All right. Looks like we're caught up on questions, you guys. If there's anything you want demonstrated or need help with, this is the time. Boy, Fubo just blew my mind there. And I played this gap up and got smashed. That was a bad trade for me. It really, really surprised me. All right. Where are we here? We're just climbing that wall of momentum worry for the spies for now. I would imagine the IWM is looking pretty solid. No, actually, it's starting to get a little indecisive. NASDAQ's still above its 10 SMA, but putting up a fight. It's just this sideways grind here in the bigger picture, guys. This is pretty much what this whole week has been. We blew the shorts out. Yes, I was positioned for some shorts, and I had to cover on Fed Day and did not stick around for the gap up. and we've just been kind of grinding sideways ever since. And like I said, as long as we were under the 50 SMA here in the Qs, I was not bullish. But now we've just like that, right back to a bullish stance again by retaking the 50 SMA, which is starting to upslope a little bit. And the sideways action, we're not giving back price. We're not giving the shorts a chance to cover. Trust me, there's a lot of shorts probably trapped in there. So the path of least resistance just continues to kind of float higher. All right, Avery, you mentioned Bollinger Bands. Yeah, there is a Bollinger Bands strategy, but it's more of a race. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's built into a race that Chris Varley was using at one time. I'm going to just Bollinger Band race. There it is from support. Let's load this. Okay, so insert top list media not received. Oh, okay. So okay, I guess that is it now. Open top list. Here's the top list that it's using, Bollinger Band Racing. So this is just started, so we don't really have a lot of history in here, but let's take a look at what it's doing. In terms of what is this scan looking for? It's intraday Bollinger Bands, and it's all filters. And so it's using 15-minute Bollinger Bands, minimum 80%. So anything with 80% Bollinger Bands in the 15 minutes is going to show up on this race. And we can start that race again. And so the reason it's a race is you can just keep an eye on it. Now, what we could also do, let me just open that again, open top list. We could also turn that into a tree map, and I'll just hand you that instead rather than giving you the race. I'm going to turn the race off. I'm going to give you this. So this is ideas of, it's not daily Bollinger Bands, it's intraday Bollinger Bands. And that's, to my knowledge, the only thing that we really have on the shelf that's pre-configured for Bollinger Bands. There's not necessarily a buy signal. It's just showing you what's strong. What I would do is I would use those names as things to watch and then trade them on consolidation or pullbacks, to the 10 SMA. Just try to buy them on weakness because, they're strong on the day. But I don't have an alert that tells you to buy or sell at any given moment using Bollinger Bands. That is, again, it's a top list, and so it's more filter based. It's just as long as all of those filters are satisfied, you're going to see things that are in motion. This beat is not doing a damn thing. 22,000 shares is nothing. Let's see, Michael. So Bollinger Bands, how we find? No, Bollinger Bands is just going to help you find momentum. And so as you bring those up, let's load them again and look at them. As you bring them up, I would evaluate them on my 15-minute chart. Like, look at this, Y10. Okay, you're not a buyer at 7, but look at this vicious pullback down here to the 10 SMA. This thing is on the radar. It's doing something. So, you're watching these names. This could be an entry down here around 6. Again, just that's how I like to use the intraday 15-minute 10 SMA. That's as simple as that. Okay, never really gave us a good, I wouldn't chase anything up here. Maybe you get a good entry as it pulls back. The daily chart, you've got to look at the daily chart on these. That's kind of ugly. All right, this was a pre-market. This is an earnings catalyst. So this one's jamming its Bollinger Bands all morning long. It's probably been on here all morning long with earnings behind it. So that's an interesting name to keep an eye on. Look at this one. You talk about, why do I like the 10 SMA? I don't know. You tell me. Why do I like to buy at the 10 SMA? Because that seems to be where the buyers show up when stocks are in motion. But then when you look at the daily chart here, we got 5 days of overextension. I would not be very comfortable up here. I'd be taking profits as quickly as I could in relation to where the reversion to the mean is coming at some point soon when the music stops. Yeah, again, There's many different ways to make a buck in the market. It just comes down to you and how you apply it, your methodology, your discipline, your patience, your rules, your mental state. There's a lot of things that go into it. But like I said, the HCPG guys, they focus on Bollinger Bands on the daily chart. They're swing traders. They apply Bollinger Bands to swing trading. They're constantly keeping an eye on the backdrop of the market, which dictates how aggressive they are in their individual trades. If the market's broken and they don't see a lot, they wait. And those guys are also good because they like to buy on support. So they trust their Bollinger Bands. When things come down to the sweet spot or levels of interest, just like I use a moving average, they use standard deviations and the other lines. Point is, whether you're using SMAs, EMAs, Ichimura clouds, Bollinger Bands, Gann fans, Fibonacci's, doesn't really matter. I just don't want to use too many at once. I just want to pick one and kind of get good at it and not try to overload my my discernment and become paralyzed, as they say, with analysis, overanalysis paralysis. So in my world, there's just no reason to get out of DJT. And Barry and a lot of people have heard me talk about my perfect trade is a day and a half. This very well could be shaping up to be my day and a half trade. All I need to see is day one, rip 8, 10, 12, 15% and close on highs. Then I anticipate everybody seeing that chart today. And what do you expect tomorrow? We expect follow through tomorrow. Well, that's when I flip to the sell side as a swing trader and I take my day and a half move. Whereas everybody is chasing DJT, I've been positioned and patient and not getting out. And then once it confirms itself with a big green candle, everybody feels comfortable and confident to chase the herd. And the only way you're going to make money on this is being contrary to the herd. Info overload can be a killer to newbies. Without a doubt, you want to just pick what works best for you, and that starts with time frame. Do you have another job? You should not be day trading. If you have a second job and you're answering emails and phone calls and have to go into meetings, you should be a swing trader because you can always keep one screen up and just kind of keep an eye on things. And if things get a little dicey, well, you set an alert. And if the alert goes off and you're in the middle of an email, well, then you bring your attention over and you manage the trade. But you're not living and breathing and dying on every tick. If you want to do that, then you can really scale up and up your game. Jamie does a lot of intraday scalping. But to me, I get kind of tired. It's like flying an instrument approach, for 6.5 hours, watching level 2 bounce around and trying to make dimes and quarters. It's just not what works for me. So you'd first define your own time frame and what works best for you. I'm a visual person. I need charts. I need visuals. Michael is a data-driven person. He needs to see data. So, figure out what type of person are you, right brain or left brain? Maybe you're extremely left brain and you're an options nerd and you don't even realize it, but you're like really good at looking and identifying a table of numbers and seeing a play. I can't do that. I have to look at patterns and visuals. I'm right brained. So yes, info overload is a killer, especially as a new trader. Think of like a new baseball player who just got into the major leagues, and he's there and all of a sudden he's tempted to just start getting all this advice from the veterans when all of a sudden his batting average starts slumping because he just wasn't doing what worked for him to get him to the majors in the first place. He starts overloading his mind with thoughts. I'm a golfer. It's very, very easy to start overloading your mind with too many thoughts rather than just swing your feel and stay in the Zen mode. Can't even understand options. And I don't want to understand options. I don't care what theta is, and I don't want to know what theta is. Gamma squeeze, okay, I hear that's intense, but don't ask me to define it. I just know volume and price. All right, let's see. CYBN, are you working for me? This is an anticipation trade again. Just trying to anticipate if MindMed does pull it out of a hat today and stays strong, and this like psychedelic companies are maybe going to give some of the big pharmas a run for their money. This is a secondary play, just like I'm doing in HYMC. Look at that. There's a big seller there at 355. So if this 360 alert goes off, I will probably quickly move over to my screen and double my position in HYMC. All right, looks like we're caught up. If anybody needs anything, let me know because Barry's coming back soon. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see my MindMed finish the day back down below my 10 SMA. I want this to hold here. I need this 875 to hold. Again, we'll see what it looks like at the end of the day, or I will at least. If there's a lot of red in this thing and it closes definitively below the 50, that's kind of my rule to not stick around. So there's no guarantee that I'll wake up tomorrow with MindMed in my portfolio. It all depends on how it wants to close today. I need it to get back up into this range and show me a good reversal on the daily. All right, guys, let's see, Mike. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hang on a second.
You're right. Steve might be muted. I'm actually trying to talk to him.
Ah,
And-
yeah.
ah,
That I
ah,
was. I don't know how long I was muted for.
an hour.
No.
No.
Michael, I was talking about the 50-day moving average. I'm sorry. This is the blue line. I don't know how I got muted. Anything above the 50-day moving average is okay with me. So on MindMed, if it closes below this 50-day moving average at the end of the day, I'm probably not going to want to keep it. Okay, show me stocks where at least 50% in the magnifying glass. Oh my God, I'm getting all these questions at once now. Okay. 50% is always going to be the distance between the low and the high of that period. So a 20-day low and a 20-day high, the 50 level is going to be a percentile. The 50-day SMA is the blue line that I use for a general health of the stock on a daily chart. Got it. Cool. All right, Barry.
Well, since I'm back, look at my upstart. UPST.
Yeah, it's on the squeeze.
Is
Yeah,
it on the
really nice.
squeeze? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's on the short
And
squeeze.
okay, cool. Well, let's see if it can take out 26, and then the next high is 26.13. If it does that, yippee! Anyway,
Yeah.
thank you, Steve.
All right.
I will see you next week.
You shall. All right.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I don't think Steve, I think I'm back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms now. Yeah. Just get rid of my message. And one last thing to do. Okay, guys, I'm back. Music's going. Life is good. Upstart is working for me. And a lot of patience on this one, guys. A lot of patience. Remember, I was saying I wanted to see how well it would hold over 25. So what did it got down to 25.10, and it kept holding and holding and holding. You see that little blue line, that little green line there? That was my signal to get in. So, it's been not quite a dollar run. I'll take it. And now 26 could be the tough one, another whole number to get through. If somehow it does get through that, then the next high is 26.11. And if it gets through that, wow. Anyway, turned out to be a nice little play for me. Now, I know some of you probably got in a lot earlier. I wanted to be in on the 24 break. That's where I wanted to be in, but I got distracted. Okay, now anything new happening here? So you guys are talking about BENL. I haven't seen that one on my scanner. I don't think. Yeah, there. Sorry, BENF. BENF. Yeah, I see. It's just starting here. 26%. Ah, Barbara. Barbara, are you around still? I can answer your question or help you. You asked a question about having a scan, and then when you load another scan, your scan disappears, or when you click on a channel, your layout disappears. Are you still around? Before I start my explanation about what you can do. I'm not muted, am I? You guys can hear me in the main room, right? In both rooms, you guys can hear me, right? Okay, good. Okay, thank you. No, somebody said I was muted, so you never know. Yeah, thank you guys in our YouTube room too. I'm trying to, yeah, she's still in the room. All right, well, if she comes back, I can help her. Just waiting to see if Upstart can take out 29. Yeah, look at this B, E, and F. Yeah, no kidding. Well, the next high looking left is 655. I think this is the one that we had no idea why it was doing anything. Isn't that correct? Regained compliance with NASDAQ, but other than that, so they did a split, they did a regained compliance. But other than that, I don't know. I don't think there was any specific news on it other than, crazy low float. Wow, look at Y10. Now that was at 12:01. I'm looking at my time, 12:01. So at 12:01, it got up to 718. All right, guys, I'm out of the Upstart now. I was watching it as it was maybe struggling to get through that 90 level and maybe to the 26. So I'm out of it completely now. Not a bad trade. And I lost sight of the Hazy. I know I was thinking about taking this one. This is an all-time high now, Hazy, HASI. Not as we speak. Of course, the all-time high is up here, 3179, but I'm sorry, this is not. I am very sorry. This is not an all-time high, not even close. Not even close. I must have been thinking about something else. Now, I may regret getting out of the Upstart, but one of the other reasons why I liked it is because when the Upstart was doing this, and then when the SPY was starting to do this, Upstart was not. Okay, had a minor red candle, so it was not following. So I thought, okay, it is kind of more or less trading on its own. It's not going to be as dependent on the market as I think it may have been at the very beginning of the day. So that is another reason why I decided to take it. And of course, holding that whole number was the key for me. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open until about 4:10 today. So when I take off around 3, okay, I take off around 3. Again, I'll always say later if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll take off around 3 o'clock. William says he'll keep the room open until 4:10. That's the main room. So anybody in YouTube can just head over. If you haven't had enough about talking about trading, yeah, 1 o'clock. So what happened? 1 o'clock, the bond auction. So obviously nothing terrible so far. Nothing terrible. In fact, positive. So the 30-year bond auction was at 1 o'clock. I don't know how many billions it was, but $25 billion, 30-year bond auction. So that happened at 1 o'clock. So the market did not act badly to that, whatever happened. Well, you can see how Shopify is just, it may as well be the SPY. Here's Shopify. I mean, it's been choppy, but look at the SPY. So we had that move up, we had that move up, we had that move down, we had that move down. Little chop here, but now, the three green candles. So again, if you're in a stock like a Shopify, you have to be, in my opinion anyway, making sure you've got the a SPY chart open or some way to track the overall market, because some of these are just tracking the overall market. Roblox. Well, I have it on thumbnail, and I do see that it might be the scale I've got it on, that it's not. There's the high of the day. 31.53. That's the high of the day for Roblox. And of course, it had the terrible, terrible reaction to its earnings. But it has been recovering. I mean, there is not quite a $5 recovery from the lows in the pre-market. And there's Steve's famous 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that orange line right there, holding it. Just looking at some of these gap down and reversals on the 5-minute reversal, but not really seeing too much. Though, you think you would be. I would be, because the market is putting in a nice 45-minute bounce now. Not a bounce, more of just a trend up. The dollar is ripping, or digital realty is ripping. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the dollar was ripping. Excuse me. Another ugly, ugly looking daily chart, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely moving higher. And May 2nd, so had earnings last week. That was a rug pull. Yes, I forgot. Look at that. Hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. This was a huge rug pull. They got halted, resumed. Look at this. Just wiping it all out. And I'm talking about the BENF. Now, let's see if the shorts have become available again at Interactive Brokers for the Sezzle. The answer is oh. All right, just a minute. Yeah, actually, there are a lot of shorts available now, a lot of short covering. I guess people just couldn't handle it anymore. And I don't, when I looked at Interactive Brokers earlier in the day in the pre-market, there were about 1,000 shares available to short for SEZL. Just give me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So anyway, when I looked at how many shares were available, there were about 1,000 shares. This is in the pre-market for Sezzle. And now there are 82,000 at Interactive Brokers. So that means that there has been a lot of short covering. And, imagine this if you were short down here, and you're trying to hold on. And eventually you just said, oh my gosh, I've got to get out of this. So now, do I have the whatevers to short this? Below the, where's the VWAP? 74.38. So maybe a reversal to the mean. Now, this is definitely not a recommendation if I do to do what I do in this one. Also, you've got a terrible spread to deal with. 78.10, 79. Which wouldn't matter if it's going to drop $10. I mean, this is crazy that it's up $33, 2.7 million in the float on earnings. So let's see what they actually said, okay? Sezzle shares are trading higher after the company reported a year-over-year increase in Q1 financial results. Now, I don't have the actual like year-over-year great increase, but by how much? What percent? Here we go. A little bit of whoa, okay. Now, remember now, you can massage statistics any way you want, but look at this. Earnings of $1.34 a share. This is a 332% increase over the earnings of 31 cents a share same time last year. Now, how much that actually means? Yeah, 35% increase of sales. 34. So they're only doing $34 million in sales. But anyway, it's eye-catching, obviously. This is what caught everybody's eyes. It's okay, $1. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. How's Mara doing? I see Bitcoin's down a bit, but what's Mara doing? Just kind of hanging in there. Okay. How's Duolingo doing? That's my. So it's an earnings play. But even with the earnings play, JP Morgan has got a $275 price target on them. Needham has got 260 excuse me, 26. So even after they released earnings, so they see all. I mean, this was today, right? Yeah, today. So they saw the earnings after hours yesterday. You know, obviously the reaction was not great, but this morning they said, well, we still think it's going to be. In fact, we're going to raise our target from 241 to 267. And then JP Morgan. And JP Morgan raises it from 270 to 275. Again, this is after seeing this, okay? It's not like this was a couple of days ago. This was released today. And they probably have a lot of people trapped who want to be a cynic about it. Oh man, Upstart. Well, not in it anymore, but if you are still in this one, 2611, big area, another area to try to take out. That is the high of 2 days ago, two and 3 days ago, basically. Now, you see, Steve would never have got out of this, according to him, because there's that rising 10 SMA, unless it broke down below it. But you see, for me, that would be such a big giveaway. Now, it would all depend where you got in. If you got in down here when it broke, held, sure. 23.21, then you have, a little more latitude to see, if that keeps rising and rising up to the price. And then, okay, NVIDIA, you're going to set an alert for 897. That's Mike C in our YouTube room. NVIDIA and 897. Sorry about that, guys. Oh man, how come I'm not still in the Upstart? Well, let's see. Maybe it'll get above. Maybe it'll get above the 2611s. Maybe I'll get back in it. I don't know. I mean, this has been super, super strong. You see, Denver, that's why I got a hold of my guy at Best Buy, and I just gave him my old phone, and he ported everything over. I was there. Yeah, I had the Note Plus or the 10. I'm an Android guy also. They don't call them notes anymore, but anyway, so Shady is getting back in, I guess, to his forward. If it hits, FW. I guess it did. Okay, must have done it. Yeah, 1625. 1625. So his trigger was 1625, so he's in it again. Or adding, I'm not sure. All right, guys, let's see. I did not have the stomach to do it, but let's see at the end of the day where this Sezzle ends up. SEZL. This is one that doesn't often get halted. Is this some kind of a news halt? Usually these right. So this is it's not. I mean, it says volatility, but and you guys are probably already alerted on this because it says that T-Mobile and Verizon in separate talks to buy parts of U.S. Cellular. Okay, so that's the reason why this one popped up. It's more like a news halt. No, I'm not saying it's not going to open in 5 minutes, but it seems to be more like a news halt. I can't tell if I have shorts for a TDS. Let me just the answer is, are you serious? You don't have shorts for TDS? I'm just amazed how it all works with the different brokerages. I mean, seriously, I have Interactive Brokers has 1.33 million for TDS. Yes, they're both halted. USM and TDS are both halted. And USM, I've got not as many, 67,000 shares. But TDS, I have like plenty of shares available. Yeah, so there are. Well, let's see how it opens. Let's see if it is a 5-minute halt. If it is, it'll open in about 13 seconds. 13 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. I thought you're okay. There we go, guys. So it just resumed. It just resumed. Both of them. So it just resumed basically at the price 1687. Now this is not one that I'll. Whoa! This is not one that I'll do that. And the USM also open. So they were 5 minute halts, even though they were kind of more. Well, they were halted. They went up because of the news, but the news is already out there. So it wasn't a news halt. In other words, waiting for the news to come out. Well, they must have some tie-in. Okay, EQIS. Haven't seen Hindenburg for a while, guys. EQIS. Has it affected the stock yet? It's not EQIS then, Denver, right? It must be some other symbol. Oh, I got you. EQIX. I got you. No, I thought you were talking about US Steel, you see. Cautious talk. Wow, it's an expensive one. Well, they must have done something earlier because they remain short on Equinox or Equinix.
Okay, I'll see you as soon as I have my lunch.
Is Revin halted to the upside? I haven't seen. Well, it's not in our halts resumes. Not in mine anyway. It's not halted. It's just not maybe not trading very much, but it's ugly. It's not trading very much, maybe, but it's not halted. If it were halted, I would know about it because there'd be a big red. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales. But this is, if you're in this one, good luck. I mean, this is hard to look at. This topping tails and bottoming tails. But if you're in it, I knew it. Doesn't count. Sezzle doesn't count. I didn't take it, but you just had that look. But I just still 82,000 shares available. Well, let's pool it together, guys, in the room. Get the 82,000 and just short this. Still not a ton of volume with that float, 2.7 million in the float for it to be up 70%, $31. You would think there'd be a lot more volume. Only 590,000 shares. That is 18 times normal. Yes, it is not optionable. It does not trade options, and I'm talking about the SEZL. But man, Man, just two trades for me today, guys. Just the XMTR early on that I got stopped out on, basically flat. I was shorted it, and then it popped up on me. And then the upstart, which I'm not in anymore. Man, oh man, UPST. That is it for me. Okay, Y10. I mean, there's a possibility it could get going again or around 650. I'm going to put an alert around 643 and just see if it does anything like that. In fact, there's the VWAP 640. So I've got a price alert just over the VWAP for YTEN Y10 and see if it takes that out. And who knows, maybe later on in the day, it approaches those highs of 717. Look at the spread now. 75.45, 77.20, almost $2 spread on this one. Again, it wouldn't matter if you know it's going to go down about $10. It wouldn't matter. Surprised. I don't see, I'm still seeing about the same number of shares available at Interactive Brokers. So what that is telling me anyway, to Interactive Brokers, nobody is daring yet at Interactive Brokers anyway to short it. All right, I won't. Krispy Kreme is an earnings play. Donut is an earnings play. Ugly looking chart. Another one that's just kind of chopping around. Ah, Y10, Y10. Why not? Let's see now. The bid ask 636, 644. Volume is dwindling though. You can sort of see, what time is it now? 1:35. Well, okay, this one is starting out. This volume bar on my 15-minute chart, it's just sort of starting out. But you can see after the initial flurry, the volume has just basically subsided. Ooh, yeah. Wow. That's a great breakout of consolidation. I see Shady is in this one, 455 for the IVP. Great breakout of consolidation. And the low right there of that. High of the day is up here at 530. So that's something to shoot for sure. And even in the pre-market, it got up to 564. All right, Shady, I have partially joined you. Not quite your price, but close. Partially joined you. Well, partially. When I meant I did not get in at your price, but I like the fact you came out of consolidation, and I like the fact there's a high of the day to shoot for. And this is one of those ones. This is one of those ones what we talk about a lot. A stock that went crazy, went more crazy in the pre-market, actually, and then just kind of rests for hours. It seems 1, 2, 3. What time is that? 10:45. So a couple of hours of rest. And then all of a sudden, and there was a little bit of volume coming in. You can see the little volume bar coming in. And so, yeah, I mean, this may try to challenge that that high anyway. Nobody's saying it's getting there. 530, that'd be a tremendous move. Meanwhile, man, oh man, that was a great all-day short, really. The BGS, almost a great all-day short. You cannot, unfortunately, Lana. You're talking about. I'm talking to Lana in her. Now, are you talking about the web-based version or the on our website? Are you talking about the web-based version of Trade Ideas? I want to make sure I understand. Oh, okay. Well, yes, actually you can then. Now, when you say the channels that are there, so let me bring up the web-based version. I don't use it ever, so let me. Where are you? So you're talking this, right? I mean this okay, the channel swing pick well, okay, well the swing picks is in the okay, I think maybe if you look here as an example, okay, if you click on new and then docked channel bar, okay, docked channel bar, they're all there. You don't have to bring them in. There is the swing picks. No, where are the swing picks? I know they're here. Their swing picks are here. Pre-market is definitely here. Pre-market is here. Okay. You just have to go to the dock channel bar. So you don't have to, you don't have to worry about importing them. Probably had to, yeah, you probably had to hit the show more or something, right? I've never agreed with that. Never. I think we should just show them all and that's it. All right, guys. Well, I did take some off. Okay, the IVP. I could not. I don't. I know Shady's got a far wider stop than I do, but you know that breakout to the 470s. Barbara, are you still around? Maybe not. Oh, you are? Okay. I'll answer your question then. Okay. So you were wondering about having a layout, and then when you load something from our channel bar, your layout disappears, correct? Okay, just one moment, Lana. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm gonna I need I need an answer from Barbara. I want to make sure I understand what's going on. So you have a layout, and then when you load, okay. So the only way you can notice these are all docked. The only way you can have scans remaining if you load another layout or anything else is if you put them in a dock window. Okay. So for instance, okay, if I wanted to open, I'm not going to do it because I have some free floating windows on my on my other monitors, and they would disappear. But if I loaded a layout from the cloud, that had no docks in it, it was just a free floating. What would happen is you would still see this, okay, because anything in a docked window will remain. Okay, anything in a dock window will remain. So that may be what you want to try to do is to put your layout into a dock. You don't have to have it in a giant dock. In other words, I've got a dock window here. I've got a dock window here. I've got a dock window here. In other words, I don't have to put the entire layout into one dock, if that makes sense. And then if I want to load that bar, then everything will still remain. Does that make sense? You'd have to, and I can minimize this scan right now. See, I can minimize this if I want, and then if I want. So the trick is to take your scans that you've got all your free floating windows and putting them into dock windows if that's what you want to do. If you want to be able to have, if you want to be able to minimize that scan, okay, minimize the scan and then bring it back. And you know how to create a dock window? I can show you. It's also in the guide, but I can actually, okay. So Let me show you how to create a dock window, okay? This is just very general. Before I do that though, somebody, I see the channels, but they don't open here. What does that mean exactly? So if I click on new and then dock channel bar, now, when you say they don't open here, what do you mean by that? I mean, when you notice when I clicked on new and channel bar, this went on to another monitor. Okay, that's all. I just have to bring it into the monitor. It's possible, depending on your layout, it's possible that it opened behind. Does that make sense? I don't know how many monitors you've got. So it's possible that when you click on new and then dock channel bar, it may have opened behind your layout. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say. Well, when you click on, okay, when I click on opening range break, okay, here they are. So this channel, now all of a sudden, I may have, you know what's happened? I'm frozen. I am frozen. Thanks a lot, Lana. Yeah, I'm frozen. Unless I can. It's not a big deal. I mean, I just have to end the task. The only issue is that now I'll lose all my original alerts from this morning, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. Okay, let me make sure though before I do it. Yeah, I'm frozen. So I'm just gonna have to, and I'm gonna have to get out of trade ideas and then back in. All right, and then bring it back. No, don't go to the user guide. I mean, just give me a moment. I mean, you can go to the user guide, but let me just show you what you're supposed to see. I mean, look, the desktop version is way more robust than the web-based version. Okay, so okay, and now my computer's going a little crazy just because I'm launching trade ideas. That's to be that happens. Okay, so let's go back again. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar. Okay, now I don't know when you say it didn't load, but here are the channels. So if I want to click on again, I'll try one more time. Okay, opening range break. Okay, so so these are the scans associated with opening range break. Okay, if I click on explosive winners, these are the scans and races, etc., associated with explosive winners. And notice that of course, my layout doesn't disappear behind it. Now, the reason it doesn't, even if I had a free floating layout, okay, like everything was not in a dock, everything was just free floating, it would not disappear either, because I'm loading a dock channel. I know this is probably getting a little confusing. If you load a dock channel, and that was the whole basis of creating the dock channel bar, so that you could go through, if you wanted to, kind of surf through these channels, and your layout would still remain. You only have a blue window. So going to the guide is not going to help you. Okay, so when you say you only have a blue window, so blockchain mining. Now are you still logged in? Oh, I'm just going to say, are you still logged into the web-based version? Because I guess that's it. I was just going to ask you, do you have a green ball there? More than likely you don't. Yeah, you can only have one version of Trade Ideas open at a time. And the web-based version it counts as a version. Okay, and the app, downloadable app, is a version. So that's the reason, Lana. Okay, that is the reason. Okay, are we good? Now, if you just close down the web-based version, then yeah, okay, good. No, common, that can be very common. Yeah, the user guide would not have helped you. Is there an ATR window? Well, we have ATR scan. We have an ATR filter. We don't have an ATR window as such. And I'll get to you. Where are you, Barbara? I haven't forgotten about you. Okay, regarding creating a dock window. I have not forgotten about. Forgotten about you. So, I mean, we don't have an ATR window as such if you're talking about a scan, but you can build your own. You know, we have, if I type in average, where are we here? So this is the percent of average true range. Okay, so you can have the ATR itself, you know, what the average range of a stock is. And then this is the percent of the average true range. So if you want to see stocks that are trading, say, double what their average true range normally is, you could use this filter. Okay, this is a percent. So you use that filter, add the filter, and put 200 as an example. Ratio of 200%. And then you just build your scan from there, you know, depending on your price range that you want, your minimum volume that you want, all those sort of things. That would be more up to you, right? Because nobody can tell you what price range you want to trade or minimum volume that you want. But we have the ATR, and then I would use it probably with, I don't know if it has, no, it's not called ATR. Type in true. Yeah, average true range. Okay. So here we go. So you use these two. So because my guess is that you wouldn't want to have an average true range of 1 or 1 cent. Okay. And then you have this thing firing out and it's 500% of it. Big deal. It's 5 cents. I mean, maybe it depends on the price range you're trading. So you might want to put a minimum average true range, whatever that number is. But again, that will really depend on the price range you're trading. But then this can be used. I mean, this is using this. That's going to tell you, say, if you use 200 or 300 or 400, whatever that number is you want to settle on, how abnormal it is that a stock is trading in terms of their average true range. So these are the two filters that I would start with. And then, you know, it's up to you for your price range and your minimum volume and things like that. Make sense, Hassan? I don't have one that I use. That's otherwise I would give you something and then you could, you know, just adjust it to your. I don't think I do anyway. I don't think I have anything because I just don't use it. We have ignition. What the heck is that? Oh, average true range. Okay, a top list. It's a top list though. Just give me a moment. Barbara, I'll come to you. I swear I will. Okay, so what this is doing, this is a top list window. So, okay, so the volume is at least 100,000 shares. Now, notice I did not put a minimum ATR. I just got the percentage. Here's the price range, 5 and 500. Again, all this is adjustable, of course. And so then I think what I've done is I've sorted. Yeah, so I've sorted on, I have the column here. This is the percent. So CC CCSI today is 6.6 times its average true range today. So if I click on, obviously pretty dramatic. And you can see average true range is 53 cents. Okay. So obviously today, if I multiply 53 cents times 6.6, that will be, and that makes sense because look at the bottom, 1478, and the top, 1849. Okay. So as a topless window, if you just want to see the stocks that are trading, with the most dramatic increase in their average true range, this will show you that. And again, you just have to, if you don't like the price range, go to the configure, right click on the configure, and you can adjust the price range. You want a more volume. If you want it to be, you're getting quite a few here. If you want to make it 300 so you don't get as big a list, up to you, right? Completely up to you. No, there's no magic in any of these filters. Okay. Barbara. Yes, Captain. Yes, it is. It's a topless window. Okay. It is a topless window. Barbara. Okay. Okay. Entire attention devoted to you right now. Okay. So in order to create, and just imagine that I'm assuming that all the windows that you've got, okay, are free floating. Like this, free floating, right? Free floating. Just want to, okay. Now let me just show you what you can do. Give me one moment. Where is my, I must have accidentally, okay, guys. So this is good. This is not just for you, Barbara. This will be for anybody, I guess. Just give me a moment. I must have accidentally shut down. Must have accidentally shut this one down. Okay, no big deal. Okay, so here are a couple of free floating windows. Now, just imagine here are a couple of free floating windows. Okay, now it doesn't matter how many you've got, but this is the procedure. I think I can leave them here, but let me just see. I'll say, first of all, new docked window. Okay, new docked window. And again, this is I would call this an advanced topic. Okay, not everybody has to dock, but I'm going to go over this. And this is in the guide, okay, under docking. But I'm going to click on new dock window. And did they still remain? Now, I always like to start off, you give it a name here. I like to start off with dock because I know I'm going to, in this one, I'm just going to call it test, okay? But I like to call it starting with dock because you can do a search then on all your dock windows just by click or typing dock in your search, and I'll show you that. But let me just call this test, okay? See, it's called test. Now, hopefully these windows are still there. Yes, okay. So, average true range. I'm going to right click. I think this will remain. Right click and duplicate into test. Duplicate into test. See, now it's here. Okay. My alert window here. Right click, duplicate into test. Here it is. Okay. So you can imagine. Okay. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. No, that wasn't not a telemarketer. All right, I'll keep going here. Okay, so you see what I did, and this is what can happen. I think somebody this morning, Will, I think you were talking. That's what happened to you. Okay, you grabbed it from the top here, but let me get it back. And you see, you have to hit that square in the middle, and it'll go back. So imagine if you had a bunch of free floating windows. Just do exactly what I did. You start off with new dock window, give it a name, and you give it a name obviously because you have to tell your free floating window well where you want to duplicate it into. Okay, and that's why I called it test. So you can put as many in here as you want. Now I wouldn't go crazy. Depends, but you look at what I've done here. I've got this scan. I've got some charts. I've got this halts resumes. Okay. So imagine that you just do it all. Now the trick is, and this is where it gets tricky. Okay, is you want, unless you don't mind them having just as tabs that you're clicking on, but most people probably want to see, without having to click on the tabs, you want to see all the results. So this is where it gets tricky. All right. So if I left click on this alert window up here, just left, and just so that I know I've grabbed it. Okay, just a little bit tricky, and now I can pull it down. Okay, when you see this icon show up, now you can place this window anywhere you want. So if I hit that, if I select the underneath the down arrow, this is what's going to happen. It's going to show up underneath. If I said, nah, I don't like it there, I right click again and wait for that icon to show up. Now I can pick the right arrow. Okay, now it's over here. Okay. And if I said, nah, I want it to the left of this for some reason, you just play around with it. Okay. That's the tricky part, really, is to, kind of get, kind of get it the way you want it. But once you have it as a dock, just X out. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Just say, no, I don't want to see the guide or something like that. If that makes sense. Like, don't just say, I don't want to see I can't remember exactly what it says. Okay. Maybe I can. Just give me a moment. So dock window. No, see, mine, I must have disabled. So I think all you have to do is say, I don't want to go to the guide or. So that now you just see this. I think, isn't there a way? I can't, you see, obviously I have disabled that. Because you don't, okay. Well, don't press OK. Oh, I see. If you press OK. Shouldn't have gone to instructions though. Didn't for me. It just says now the dock, and now I can take my free floating windows. See, now I can put them into what's called now the. Wonder why it's doing that. There has to be a way just to sort of override it. Okay. I know they're trying to be helpful. Okay, they're trying to be kind of helpful and to take you to the guide. I mean, you might want to go to the guide, I suppose. I think that at least the guide exists, okay, because you may forget everything I'm doing. I know it's frustrating. I don't know. I used to see that also, but I must have disabled it because I don't want to go to the guide. Now to size it, you just grab a corner. Okay. And now I can go up maybe to the top. Okay. This is the tricky part. Okay. This is the tricky part of sizing these windows and all. I don't know how to disable it because I don't know how I did it. Pepe probably knows if he's around. But I don't think I disabled it. I just think I answered a question. Well, that's a different issue, I think. You're talking about this. This is why, docking is a yeah, I see. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, that I guess is how you can disable it. Okay. Thank you very much. So if you go to tools, options, and then go to layouts, and then uncheck the show dock window instructions. Uncheck, or it's probably checked. Okay. Just uncheck it and then save it. Okay. And then just save it. And make sure at the end, save your work, because if you don't save your work, just because you save it here, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be saved when you exit trade ideas. Okay. So make sure you save trade idea, like whatever, like everything, your layout. Okay. So that should do it. Okay. Now, as far as, sizing these windows, that's where it becomes tricky. I freely admit it becomes a little bit tricky. I don't think there's that, I mean, I'm doing something like this. And if I move it over, you can see why I don't really go over docking too much. Now, it's a big, so now I can just sort of pull this and make it the size I want. This is where it gets tricky. I'm no expert. No, there you go. So yeah, so it shrunk, but now you see, this is, I mean, it's not simple. You see what I've done there, right? You're going to have to play around with it in order to get the sizing that you like. And then save the docked window to the cloud. Right click. Okay. Save or share to cloud. Save it to the cloud. So now your dock window is in the cloud. Now, the primary advantage, it can be, but you notice I never move my windows around. Okay. I never move them around from one monitor to the other. I mean, I suppose that's something that people want to do, but I don't. I've got my layout, and this is another, if you've got multiple monitors, let me just bring this down here. If you've got multiple monitors, this is the other thing that you can do is, whether they're docked windows or free floating windows, I have a combination. Okay. I've got a combination of docked windows and free floating windows. What you do is you designate one monitor as your main monitor. Now, this is obviously my main monitor because this is the one that I'm sharing with everybody. So I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of my main monitor. Arrange all my windows. This is a big dock, so I put my dock where I want it. And then, on my other one of my other monitors, I put this free floating window exactly where I want it on on my other monitor. I've got 3 monitors. I've got this one I've got on another monitor. Basically, just put all the docks, all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Once you've done that, then click on tools and then options. And then layouts again. And you see where it says loading layouts, check that open relative to main window and save it. What'll happen is when you shut down trade ideas, and at the very, very least, file, Exit. I don't want to do that because it sometimes destroys my linking with interactive brokers. But it'll ask something like, do you want to load this layout the next time? Like, do you want to load your layout that you've got up and running the next time you you enter trade ideas? And if you say yes to the exit, so what it'll do, it'll remember your layout, and then it'll load the layout exactly where you want it. So imagine at the end of the day, you shut down trade ideas, you exit, and then tomorrow when you start up trade ideas, all your trade ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. Sure. So again, take your toolbar. At least this is what I do. I've done this ever since this option became available a long time ago. So put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. You have to, just designate one as your main monitor. And then put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all the monitors that you're using. Okay? Just give me one moment, TT. Okay. I see your question in our YouTube room. So make sure everything is exactly where you want them on all your monitors. And then your next step is click on Tools and Options and Layouts. Tools from our toolbar, Tools, Options, Layouts. And then where it says Loading Layouts, check. Open relative to main window. Save. Okay, you save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, file exit at the very least, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout when you come back to trade ideas? Say yes. And then whatever layout you're currently using will load the next time you load trade ideas, and everything will be exactly where you want it to be. Okay? But it's also good practice to save everything to the cloud also. Individual, like I've got this doc, and this is what I meant. If I want to load a doc, if I file load from cloud, and then in here, I type in doc in the search. Here are all my doc windows. Okay, here are all of my doc windows. Should get rid of a lot of them. I don't use them, most of them. But that's why I like to start off every doc window with doc. Then I can find them all quickly. All right, so Cafe au lait normally he's in our main room. Is there an alert of the price crossing the 9 or 20 EMA on the daily chart? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. We don't have any EMAs at all, number one, okay? And so even if you said, well, what about SMA? We do have some crosses. But it's not so much the daily chart, it's the, we have, so we've got the cross, below the 200, above the 200. So the 250 and 20, and that's it. But this is, the 200 day. So it doesn't matter what chart you're looking at. And then, so that's it. So no, we don't. Well, we don't have we have the 20 SMA, but not the 10 or the 9. So if you want to see the price crossing above the 20-day moving average or the 20-day either up or below, then we do have the 20. So Will, what you can do is this. The question is, how do I typically what you want to do is take, like when you start off with your chart, okay, your chart window, and put on your chart window all of the moving averages, maybe the volume bar, etc., that you would want to see on every chart. Okay? So the 8, 50, yes. And so if you right click on a chart as an example, and you click on indicators, okay? So you right click on a chart and click on indicators. Now you're looking at the 8 and 50 SMA, so you would just scroll down till you see SMA. Okay. And here's where you're going to put in your period. So if you want the 8, you type in 8, and then you can pick the color you can pick where you want it. Okay. Most of the time people want it on the chart, in the main chart. So you'd probably pick chart area, which means, this area right here. And then you can pick the color. This is just a palette, modify the colors. This will pop up, set the color, and then this is the color palette. You pick whatever color you want. Okay. Then if you say, okay, I'm not going to do it because I don't want this on here. Then you do it, and then I'm going to cancel out, and then you go to the next SMA that you want. And now you want the 50. So just repeat. Okay. And then they'll be on here. Now, the next step is if you right click. Now, unfortunately, if you've got a bunch of charts up and running right now, it's not like some other charting programs that can say, okay, duplicate from this chart onto all my other programs. Unfortunately, won't do that, but you're just starting out. So what I would do is I would save as default. Once you've got it exactly the way you want it. Wow, look at TDS and USM now, guys. Wow. They're both ripping here, USM and TDS. So once you've got exactly what you'd like to see on most of your charts, okay, then you can just save that chart as your default. So when you bring up a new chart, it'll show. The other way you can do it is just duplicate the chart. I mean, that's typically what I do. So because if I duplicate the chart, obviously whatever I've done on this chart will show up here. I love it when it works. So look at this. Look at USM now, guys. Remember, the last time I saw this had been halted at 40. So look at this. What a move. And the TDS. And look at this move now. This was halted at, well, unfortunately, when Lana messed up my system, I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. And of course, I'm just kidding you, Lana. Yeah, we put a huge load on our servers. Okay, David. Market Explorer strategies do not allow Windows-specific filtering. Yeah, it's just the whole idea really was to give it to people that didn't want to do anything. I mean, just take something that's canned. And I understand, it'd be nice if you could put a price range and a minimum volume and things like that, but that wasn't really the purpose of it. So that is kind of the reason. But as Michael Noss explains, it would put a big load on our servers if we allowed people to go into all those Market Explorer strategies and customize them. Because there are a lot of, and this does not use, even though they may look kind of the same. I don't use any of them, okay? But even though they look kind of the same, this is sort of a very different. I mean, I know it's a grid format and all that, so it might look like any other alert window, but it is not the same. I don't know what the technical term is, but the same programming and all. Okay, but I don't use any of them. Most of them are designed, in my opinion, for more longer term trades, which is fine. You know, that's just not what I do, of course. Pepe, this is like magic. I mean, my computer is just, you know, all you guys have been yelling and screaming at me. I need a new computer. Um, but I will try to figure out. I'll get that hibernate option back. Yeah, 20. Well, at least on the weekly chart. On the weekly chart, it's 2093. I have say 2091. That's close enough. I think I have 2093. That's on the weekly chart. All right, guys, 2:23. So in a little over half an hour, I'll be taking off. Again, William says he'll keep the room open. Did you say 4:15? Till at least 4 anyway. 10. Oh, 4:10. 4:10. Okay. 4:10. Who's after hours today that's kind of interesting? That you think is kind of interesting? After hours meeting earnings plays. I know William knows, but just in case others don't know what I'm talking about. Boy, look at this USM just screaming higher, continuing to scream higher here. Along with I think USM. In fact, let's take a look at USM. That's up 33%, and the other one, TDS, is up 35%. So they're both about the same percentages, and all to do with this T-Mobile and Verizon said to be in talks for separate deals to split up U.S. Cellular. So that is the reason. Yeah, well, the thing is, well, yeah, try not to let the software overwhelm you. I mean, the docking is something that, you know, I never talk about. Well, never. I mean, rarely talk about because it's not 100% necessary. Okay, it's kind of nice, yes, but it's not necessary. You know, I got a, I got. There's a song in there. I got along without docking before I met you. No, but I got along without doing any docking for years and years and years. Docking is something that's relatively new to trade ideas. Once we had that option of, you know, being able to fix the windows, all your trade ideas windows on all your different monitors where you want them to be, then really docking is it's not that important. Is it nice to be able to have my thumbnail charts all together? Sure, it's nice, but it, you know, it doesn't matter because it's not because I'm not moving them. I'm not moving them to another monitor ever. They're in the same place. They've been in the same place for, well, years. But it's a nice look. I will give you that. It's a nicer look. Well, at some point, this is going to be a tremendous short, I guess. TDS got 1.22 million at Interactive Brokers, but right now what did it get to? It got right into that high, 2107, and that high right there is 2093. So got a little bit above that high. Oh, daily speaking at I did not have that. I did not have that as one of the things in the economic calendar. So you're saying he is speaking? Yeah, I don't have any of the Freds speaking today, but obviously he is. Okay. So I just happen to have that average true range top list open, so you can see what happened with USM. 7.6 times normal. Okay. TDS 6.5 times normal. And all you have to do, just to confirm, is to take a look at the average true range, say for USM is $1.50. So if you took the low today and the absolute high today, and you divided $1.50 into it, the ratio should be about 7.8. That's how that works. Just another way to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking. I'm seeing some of my thumbnail charts. Oh, so tempting to short this. It is so tempting. 2040, 2045. Bid ask. But it's tricky. I'm just not good at trying to figure out tops. No, yeah, I don't, I mean, you just don't know. I'm sure people thought this was the top. Probably this was the top. This was the top. Maybe this is the top. And there are no moving averages. No moving averages that are going to help you. The VWAP is not going to help you. Yeah, I think William still has that. He still has that. Well, I don't know about where to short. I think what it was is it was showing you stocks that were, in theory, way overbought and way oversold. I mean, it's really, really tricky though still to say, okay, well, this is the absolute place where to short. The whole idea though, of course, is to have a stop. So if it doesn't work, you know where to get out. So for instance, you could say, well, okay, if I put my stop at the top here, 2107, if I took that short at 2065, then, I've got a 35-cent stop. Can I make 70 cents on the trade at least? Or do I have a reasonable expectation of making 70 cents on the trade? Because I won't take anything unless I have a reasonable expectation. If I'm going to risk 20 cents, I want to be able to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. A 1 for 2. Any moment, guys. Okay, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? 2:34. Another 20 minutes or so for me, and I'm out of here. Yeah, Arnaz, I know that, remember Shady talking about this one a couple of days ago. I mean, it's got all that room. Remember seeing this one also, and yeah, I mean, it's got all this room on the weekly chart. Question in our YouTube room, are the Trade Ideas scanners open from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m.? Yes. You're talking Eastern time. Yeah, our data starts at 4 a.m. and we run to 8 p.m. I think 8 p.m. Certainly 4 a.m. Eastern time. Pretty sure 8 p.m. also. 5 o'clock my time. Pretty sure, yeah. 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's a question in our YouTube room. Definitely 4 a.m. Eastern time. What is the price for Trade Ideas? Okay, well, that's a good segue for me. I usually, a little earlier, but now I will talk about my homepage, including how much it costs, etc. Okay. So just let me get my, I'm just putting my homepage link in. A question from our YouTube room was how much does Trade Ideas cost? So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. No, I think yeah. So the gentleman who looks after my homepage, he's not, maybe he's off today. So the code you use, okay, is Barry25. Don't use the Barry15. Use Barry25 and you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And now I find this is very complicated. Let me go to a monthly. Okay, so 127 a month minus 25% for the first month only. Okay. And there are, well, I guess wow, we're rebranding everything now. The premium service is $254 a month minus the 25%. I would start off with standard. I think it's pretty good. And if you want to upgrade later on to premium, which shows you this, our AI, you get alerts sent to you directly in that window, not sent to you, but just load that window. But just you can always start off with a basic plan, 127 a month minus the 25% for the first month. And if you ever did want to upgrade to either our premium or an annual plan, we will honor the 25%. Okay. But use my code, use the Barry 25, okay? Don't use this Barry 15. It just hasn't been upgraded yet or updated yet. Okay? And we do have, for instance, we do have a pre-market channel as an example. Click on new. You don't have the program yet, of course, but dock channel bar. And we do have a pre-market channel right here. It's still running, but depending on what time you open up trade ideas, if it's before 9:30 Eastern, you'll see data. You'll see data in here. And we do have an after hours channel, which will be blank right now because it won't start. Where is it? After hours. My goodness, there you are, after hours. So this will be blank. Obviously, the market hasn't closed yet, but at 4 o'clock, you'll start to see data in here. Okay, now. Just give me one moment. Okay, so let me just quickly go over my homepage. We already talked about this, the Barry 25, okay? Pretty simple, just don't use 15. You'll get 25% off using Barry 25. And if you take out a subscription, at any time in the future, please use my code. Whatever code is available, use the code. This will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. It's that simple. So the more people who use my code, the room will be able to maintain it free. And you must do the get started. This will take you about 30 minutes to go through 10 short videos, okay? Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is good for you. This is a series of videos. All free, about 38 videos you can take a look at. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Big education section is here. And then here are the current. Now, if you scroll down and if you don't see the click here, in other words, you don't see it obviously click here, then please press your shift key down on your keyboard and do a refresh. Again, the gentleman who looks after my home page, we had to make a change to one of the scans. The link was broken. Okay, so in doing so, though, it seemed, well, it definitely, even for me, I had to do the shift and then the refresh. But if you see click here now, don't worry about it. And then here are the scans that I'm sharing. The really active, couple active ones, the daily breakdowns, the daily breakouts. The relative strength leaders is this one you see here. So if you're just looking, if all you care about are stocks that are really moving all day long, this is all you'd really have to stare at. Okay. Now you still have to figure out a way to trade them. But if you're an intraday trader and your goal every single day is to find the ones that are trading abnormally, well, you could, this, all you'd have to do is look at this. Assuming you just want to go long. But even these, I mean, maybe something happens like a C-pop, at the very beginning of the day, you might have said, wow, I want to short this one now, as an example. You're welcome, Lana. My market knowledge actually is not that great. Seriously. Depending on what you mean by daily market knowledge. I don't, because I'm certainly not somebody who looks at the macro aspect of the market. I'm just a day trader, so all I care about is what's happening today. Somebody asked me earlier, do I care about the sectors? Not really. Oh, the daily input. Okay, that I'll take credit for. Yeah, I don't care really that much about the sectors. If I'm playing a bounce play, though, I have to admit I would want to have something like this up and running. Okay, because obviously your bounce plays will work a lot better if you get the market on your side. It doesn't have to be moving up like this, but you don't want to see it moving down on you. Okay, so but typically, I mean, anything in here really doesn't care about what the overall market's doing. Doesn't care about their sector really. Stock that's up, 75%. I have no idea what sector this is in, but business support services. And of course, all my scans are, I mean, this is what I want to see, okay? So it doesn't have to be what you want to see. For instance, somebody asked yesterday, do you have a maximum float or a minimum float? Or I don't have any float information or market cap. But if you were more comfortable, for instance, I actually created it yesterday. I'll just show you what you can do. So I'm going to duplicate this window into a free floating window. Just want to take it out of here because I don't want to make the change in here. Okay, because this is what I want to see. So I'm going to take this scan out of this dock, duplicate it into a free floating window, show it up on another monitor. Okay. So here it is now free floating. And again, you don't have to create docks. That's kind of nice, but there's nothing wrong with having your windows free floating. Anyway, so what if I said, well, okay, but I'd rather see large cap stocks in here because these are, most of the time these are not going to be large cap stocks. How can a large cap stock go up 75%, right? So I'll go to configure. So right now, these are the settings. So all I would have to do is click on search and click on market cap as an example. So here's my market cap. So if I want to add the filter, and now whatever you consider, whatever your minimum market cap would be, let's put $1 billion. Okay. Oops. Okay. 1 billion. Okay. I can type in 1B summary. There we are. Is at least $1 billion. Let's see what happens. Now it's going to take, just a little bit for this. Well, actually that was pretty instant. Okay. So now you've got this same scan basically, except just zeroing in on larger cap stocks, if that's what you want. And you can see TDS is here, but it's front and center here. So you can customize virtually anything. Okay. All my scans, you can customize. Maybe there's a filter that when you get used to using trade ideas and you check to see the filters that we've got, you may say, wow, I want to add this one into that scan. Go ahead. And of course, what you would do is you would give it another name. Just configure, and now whatever you want, large cap relative strength leaders from the close. Okay. So now you've got 2 if you want. So how is that TDS doing? So that would have been a nice short. I didn't do it. Would have been a nice short from there. All right, so let's take a look at what let me just save that one. Okay, somebody ever wants it, I can just give it to them. Yeah, okay, so I don't know if there's got to be an overall fix. I'm going to have to get Rudy, the guy who looks after it. So this is what you do, Mike. So the question is this. Just give me a moment, okay, Mike? You're not the Mike C, right? From YouTube. If so, this is your first foray into the. Oh, Mike C. All right. Okay. So click on my. So when you click on my homepage link, I understand exactly what's happening. So click on my homepage link. So, and this is just for everybody. Okay. So when you scroll down and you're looking for my scans, you see how these other two, click here, click here. When the gentleman who looks after my homepage made a change into one of my scans because the link wasn't working, it seemed to destroy this. Okay. All very simple to get it back. Just keep the shift key pressed down on your keyboard and do the refresh. Okay. When you do that, the click here should appear. And then that should be the end of it. It happened to me yesterday also. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know, Mike. I thought you were only in our YouTube room showing up around noon when I leave. Yeah, let me know if that worked. Anybody else who wants my scans and you're scrolling down, and I know I keep saying click here to get my scans. This is probably, I don't know, I'm going to have to ask him maybe to do an overall fix to that, but just keep the shift key pressed down on your keyboard and do the refresh. And that should do it. That's all I did yesterday. And, and once you do it once, it should maintain. Okay. And let me know if that worked, Mike. Why do I see open range breakout on channel and then don't? Why do I see the opening range breakout on a channel and then I don't? Okay, let's see if that happens to me. So this is what you're talking about. You click on new and then dock to channel bar. And then here it is, the opening range break right there. You're talking about this. Okay, so now are you trying to say that if I X out and then do it again, new, docked channel bar, you're saying maybe the next time you do it, you don't see it? Do the refresh, Mike. Okay. Just let me. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. So this little, I call that the refresh icon. Okay. Just refresh. So shift and then hit that little. Hit that. Click on that. Click on it. Or shift F5. Okay. This worked for me yesterday. So you can do shift F5 and I guess that's the same. That'll be the same result. Now I'm assuming you're in the downloadable application well, you must be. Okay. Okay, Isaiah. So we're good. You had me concerned there. Should never disappear. Okay, good. Which worked? The shift F5 or the shift refresh? They both should work, but all right, guys, are there any other questions? Now, before I do leave, I want to put the YouTube link into, I'm sorry, I want to put the main trading room link into our YouTube room. So if you guys want to continue talking about trading, I'll be gone. There'll be no screen sharing. Nobody will be on the mic, but you can still come on over. There's still a lot of people in the room. So there is the link. So those of you in YouTube, there is the link to get into what I call the main room. It's fine to stay in YouTube, okay? You see my screen, you hear me talk, but if you want a little more action among traders, come into the main trading room. There's definitely a lot more action. Oh, it's actually shift plus. Oh, I see. It is not just shift F5, it's shift plus F5. Oh, I see. Well, how about that icon though? The little refresh icon. It worked for me, so I don't. You too, Isaiah. Have a great evening yourself. Oh, not the plus. Okay. I didn't think so. I didn't think so, but just, are you giving me the shaft? Uh, so I am going to try again, Pepe, just to talk to Pepe. I'm going to try again. I'm not going to do a reboot of my computer. I mean, this has been amazing. I mean, a couple of times, a little bit of fan action, but hardly anything at all. But I will put it in hibernation mode. I just have to figure out how to add it. I'm sure it's easy. So there's the power right here. See, this is what I mean. I don't have hibernation. I don't just have sleep. But I remember in other versions of Windows, I know I had hibernation. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. So I think what I'll do now is I will close myself down, okay? And so I'm going to stop the screen sharing and I'm going to get off the mic. Again, the room will be open until 4:10. William will keep the room open until 4:10. So have a great evening, everybody. And again, I'll be on the mic tomorrow at probably around 9:10. That's going to be it. That's going to be the format for a while, guys. Not 9 o'clock, around 9:10. Okay. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And again, thanks for all the help. So again, screen sharing stopping. Muting Mike in the main room. Mike C, back in YouTube. I don't think I've ever seen you though, Mike, in the other room. Oh, okay. Thank you, Pepe. I'll click on that. Thank you. Okay, YouTubers. So I've put the trading room link in. So that should have given you enough time. If you do want to head over there, I have to end the stream here now. So I'm ending the stream.